Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everybody. Welcome back after an extended, long, painstaking break. Welcome back to the Knights of Last Call. And what a way to return with the man, the myth, the $1 million legend. It's Mr. Evan Diaz. Welcome back to the show, sir.
Hey, thanks for having me again, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the last time we had you on, we were just talking about this. You know, you were getting geared up for your new crowdfunding campaign, and you know, we were talking. You're like, oh, I hope it does a little better than my last one. And needless to say, you knocked it out of the park. So you know, congrats. You know, I think that's awesome. I, for one, am excited because now that means, again, per the rules of the Creator Club, you owe us dinner. So I'm excited for that.
Yep. Looking forward to that. Yeah, now we just got to deliver. So
correct. Well, you know, and that brings us to why we're here tonight. So for those of you who don't follow Evan over at Nimble Co, his YouTube channel, Evan has been hard at work doing a lot of streams. You know, giving Derek a run for his money in terms of just grinding and breaking out, busting out, figuring out the goals for your Kickstarter and all this other stuff. So. Again, I'm really excited for it. Hey, we got a tip right off the bat from G Helmet. It says welcome back and hello Evan. Welcome. Thank you, G Helmet. Appreciate you. So yeah, thank you so much. I'm excited to have him on, and I'm excited to have you for those of you who are excited to have me back. Thank you. Hopefully you're not only here for Evan, although I won't be mad at you if you are. So. Oh, we got another tip. Oh, it's from our good friend Edward. Your good friend, my good friend.
Edward's great.
Edward's he's a cheerleader through and through. He says, "Woo! I'm really excited for this one. Thank you for coming on, Evan." Well, it's not entirely altruistic. Okay, so Evan had a series of goals that, of course, his Kickstarter campaign knocked out of the park, including. Let me see if I get this right. The Nimble Nomicon, is that correct? Is that what it is?
Yeah, yeah.
Which is your $1 million goal.
It started out as a joke.
As a joke.
So
Yes.
What's a silly name I could give this? And then people said, we have to do it.
Of course. But you had a series of stretch goals, and one of your stretch goals was Dungeoneering rules. Now, and when that crushed through it, you said, "Hey, Derek, would you be willing to talk about Dungeoneering?" And I said, "Absolutely, we should do that." So before we go into that, would you consider yourself a dungeon master?
No, no. For me, like playing D&D, like the dungeons were like my least favorite part of it. Like, because apparently I wasn't doing it right. Like, I don't come from like, from I don't have a long lineage of DMs in my ancestry. So I never really enjoyed it, but saying a lot of things that you were talking about, and Dottie from Mystic Arts and a few others, like sort of all at the same time, and it finally clicked for me. Like, oh, okay, this is why people like the dungeon part of it.
Yeah.
So
yeah, very cool.
I was like, okay, yeah, let's do something with that.
And while you were talking about dungeons, we had a couple of super chats and tips. Roman with a $5 super chat says, "Thank you for bringing Evan back on. Could you turn the stream on for Twitch as well?" And Roman, I just went live on multi-stream on Twitch, so yes, I can, and yes, I just did. Thank you so much. And then Scotty F came in with a massive $100 tip. Thank you, Scotty F. Another one of my one of my huge big supporters. Love Scotty. He said, "Can I do a 50-50 split between this and the super chat goal?" Scotty, I will get that fixed over. I will get that swapped over. So put $50 towards the super chat and the tip goal. By the way, the tip goal is get Evan back on the stream again. So we'll get that back on. And then the super chat. So we this is very fortuitous, Evan. We could talk about this a little bit because we haven't had a chance to really talk. I've been so busy, which is to support my Shadow Deep design streams. So while you don't like dungeons, I of course love dungeons. I think that they're awesome and amazing. And I was doing a sort of a dungeon design series as sort of an example, and I was talking about doing it for Shadow Dark. And a bunch of people were like, "You should definitely do this." And I said, "I don't know. It seems like it's a lot of work and all this other stuff." And then I was at GaryCon, and all like the Shadow Dark and all the old school people that I talked to about it were like, "You should totally do that. Like that's the thing that's missing from they're like that's what I think's missing from Shadow Dark is like there's been this sort of a big push to like make small 3 to 7 room the 5-room dungeon model.
Yeah,
postcard dungeons, 1-page dungeons, 5 to 7 rooms, maybe doable in, call it a session. The classic, like there's 2 fights, 1 trap, one dead end or 1 red herring type, kind of model. And which is great, which is cool. But there's this primal fun element of the truly deeper dungeon. There's a big gap between the mega dungeon and just the 5-room dungeon for sure.
Yeah,
and that's what we're here.
Come to the right place.
Yes, you've come to the right place. So again, so not a fan of dungeons.
Used to be not a fan.
Okay,
but now I feel like I get it. Yeah.
Okay,
I get it. Yeah.
So I'm curious, like what was your initial thought about them? Because you said you didn't like them. It was one of your least favorite part or lesser favorite part of the game. But now you've sort of listened to me, listened to Dottie. That's Mystic Arts DM. What about it do you kind of grok a little bit?
So like just having a structure around like, all right, we're in this room, we go to the next room, we do the thing. Like it was just lots of pages in like the pre-written adventures. Lots of pages and like keyed things and just like a lot of prep for not a lot of like payoff.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole like, wandering monster thing sort of just slows down. Like it doesn't pertain to the story. It's only punishment. And then in 5e, like you can just rest anywhere and just get all your stuff back anyway. So it was just like a vicious cycle of unfun incentives in the wrong place. And it made it like, let's just avoid it. So like for all the pre-published adventures I made, that I ran, it might have like 50 or 60 rooms or areas, and I would like cut it down to like 12
Mm,
just so we can get through it.
right.
Um, because like apparently I wasn't running it right, or I didn't have the structure behind it to make it not feel like the slog.
Yeah, and I think that I think your instinct there is correct, which is I think that it is easy to do it poorly or to do it badly, and a lot of the things that you're talking about with dungeons, I also think apply to overland travel. You know, we did a stream not too long ago about like the difference between travel versus exploration versus journeying, and I started off by saying I think a lot of people are best served by not even having travel rules, because you just kind of want to get to the fun. You know, like if the destination is spring break, you don't want to focus on the long flight and the lines and the delays at TSA. You know, you just want to get there. You know, you want to start having fun.
TSA simulator.
Yeah, TSA simulator, which is kind of what a random encounter table can be. For sure. Real quick, thank you everybody for the Amazon Prime subs over on Twitch. Really appreciate you. Thank you, G Helmet. Thank you, Alternate GM. Jace, appreciate you for the super chat, for the bandwagon super chat hype. Appreciate you. I did put that $50, by the way, Scotty, over into the super chat goal, but sometimes it takes a minute to update as well. But thank you, KC, as well. So yeah, I think the core issue of Dungeons is really. And I kind of tried to make a video about this while I was just in Vegas, which is really just about, you know, pushing your luck. It's about, you know, and it's about, I mean, it sounds kind of boring, but it's really about resource management. And it's about creating a framework that lets good decisions that are made earlier on have a through line that sort of carries you through. And not to like belabor the point, but if I think a lot of games are designed to say, okay, we have pretty tight encounter math, so I'm going to design this dungeon so that you can fight, or I'm going to design this adventure or whatever, so there's going to be 3 encounters, and I expect that you're going to get through the last one, so it's designed so that you can do that. Well, the problem with that is if you perform badly in the first encounter, the game math is designed so that you will still be able to encounter the second one, encounter the third one, encounter the fourth one. So it pushes the story forward, but it kind of means that our performance doesn't really reward us. And there's no like nothing ventured, nothing gained. It's kind of like, you know, the game is set up for us to win, basically. And the core idea of the dungeon is that it makes you have this fundamental choice, which is, do we go deeper? You know, do we keep pushing? Do we continue onward? And as we do so, hopefully, the rewards increase commensurately. I think the biggest problem that people have is, whether they know it or not, they sort of set up a situation where you tell the players, because of story reasons or because of prep reasons, you have to go through this dungeon. You must get to this room, and you have to fight the final boss, because that's what the adventure is. Well, once you do that, you sort of remove a lot of the player agency from the equation, because now the players don't get to make a choice, because the choice is either keep going or turn around and go home. But then if you turn around and go home, I guess what? The whole adventure falls apart. You give up.
You're not heroes.
The prince is dead. You're right. You're not heroes. So then the players go, okay, so then if the GM has created a situation that is forcing us to stay, then they're being kind of a dick if they create a series of encounters that there's no mathematical way that we could beat.
Yeah.
So then that puts pressure on the game system and the designer and the GM to create really tight mathematical balance, because you need to be able to say, well, I'm forcing the players to have to go through 3 fights before they get to the evil necromancer who's about to sacrifice the prince and turn him into a wraith. And it would be really dickish of me if there's no way that the players could ever possibly, using the math of my game, beat those 3 encounters at the level that they are. So now I have to create a really tight system and worry about messing it up, because the players have to keep going forward. Otherwise, they're not big, awesome heroes. So there is a tension, because the original core concept of the game wasn't necessarily that you were big bad heroes, right? Sometimes it was, you know, you were more of a mercenary bend. You were there more for guts and glory and gold, rather than just being, heroes.
Yeah. So the framework that I'm coming from is, the story is at the end of the dungeon, and the dungeon is in the way of the story. Okay?
Yes.
So for this, so that's why I didn't like it. But when you describe it as pushing your luck, having a choice, interesting choices. The choices get more interesting and more tantalizing the deeper you go. Like, that sounds like a lot of fun.
Right.
So let me ask you, is in your mind, are dungeoneering rules only for like endlessly deep dungeons, or do they have a place in any pre-made dungeon to make it more interesting?
So I will say this. I think the key thing is most dungeon rules end up looking somewhat like a procedure, right? Consisting of turns and basically, creating a framework around usually the most obvious resource is time. And it's usually a system of sticks. We talk about sticks and carrots a lot. And the stick in a dungeon traditionally has been time. Because, right, like if you don't know where you're going to waste time. If you fail checks, you're going to waste time. If you search the room, it wastes time. If you, decide to build a pulley system to try to cleverly get your way across through a trapped room, it's going to use time. And time has always been sort of this precious resource in most RPGs. And the reason, especially classic RPGs, is because time usually is related, number one, to the depletion of resources. Those resources in the most gritty of games is things like torches, and light and even food and water and stuff like that, depending on what time of game you're doing. But I would say in more modern games, that time could also be tied to things like spell durations and buffs and stuff like that. But the more punitive side of time is usually related to random encounters. The idea being that the more time you spend here, the more dangerous it gets, the more likely it is that you're going to encounter a creature. Now, again, in the framework of the original Dungeons and Dragons game, encountering creatures was a bad move. It didn't advance you because you needed treasure to get experience points, not fighting monsters. And so all that was doing was depleting your resources while not really giving you anything, to move, or advance your story. So encouraged players to try to be efficient, careful managing their time and stuff like that. Now, what I was going to say is, if you jump through all these hoops of procedure and tracking all this stuff, but then the dungeon itself ends before that resource pressure could ever become a thing, it kind of becomes a question of like, what are we even doing here? A better example of this would be like, imagine you're playing a game where you make your players track arrows. And because of the rules of the game, players are able to carry 100 arrows. And at no point ever, at any point during the game, does anyone get even remotely close to running out of arrows.
I'm down to 72 arrows, guys.
I'm down to 72 arrows, guys. Right. And then you're like, oh, and now we got back to town. Cool. Oh, guys, I was getting a little nervous there. I almost ran out of arrows. I was down to 72. And so again, it's this, we're tracking it. We're doing this procedural element, but for what reason? It's not really adding anything. It's just adding extra work and extra steps. So it is a fine line between sort of saying like how much and how deep do you need to go before these rules really start to take effect. And so one of the things that you need to look at, and I know you had some sort of alpha rules, and we could take a look at those, but this is more like philosophy, is like, what are the levers? What are the resource management levers that Nimble has that you can use as a GM to sort of incentivize and punish players' behavior? Because at the end of the day, it's all about rewarding the behaviors that you want and sort of, penalizing or punishing the behaviors that you don't want. And one of the problems, and you mentioned this, is that in like some more modern games, Pathfinder 2 is a great example of this. The really only resource that you have is hit points. And Pathfinder 2 has sort of based its math on the idea that more or less you are going to be able to essentially heal to full for free, essentially almost after every fight. And so the idea of resource attrition doesn't really exist in Pathfinder 2nd edition. And so it's kind of difficult using the core rules to do, in my opinion, a very good dungeon crawl. Even a random encounter, because that's another thing too. You have to tell me the math, because obviously you know it way better than me. The original D&D hit points were sort of I'll call them a daily resource, right? The idea was that obviously at low level, you could just die instantaneously. I consider that a bug, by the way, not a feature. even though a lot of RPGs lean into this very extremely, like the OSR games, like, oh, you could just die in the first hit. I've never thought that was fun.
That's the opposite of fun for me.
The opposite of fun for me. And not only that, it's not because you could die in one hit. I'm fine with people dying. What I don't like is it's just like, well, one hit and you're dead. I like is the slow, you know,
seeing it coming. Having choices to make. Like your character dies. Oh, now I have to learn like another stupid backstory, and like I have to stop calling you like the other character name and this new character name. Like it's just annoying.
Right.
So
one of the things that I even do in when I play old school games is I like greatly reduce the damage that monsters do, because I want there to be this slow tick so that any individual encounter is only likely to, say, deplete 10 to 30% or 10 to 40% of a character's, let's say, resources. In classic D&D, it's just hit points. And that means that if the party encounters something, that one encounter is almost never, ever by itself going to be a threat. Right? It's not about, you know, draining your bank account in one go. It's about, okay, fine, we're now at 70%. Okay, so we have another encounter. Okay, now we did well, so now we're at 50%. Okay, now we had that third encounter, and now we're down to 30%. Now, in a game like Pathfinder 2, if you went into an encounter at 30% resources, you are basically signing up to die. There's no way that you can encounter. Yeah, the game is basically predicated on the fact that you're going into every encounter at full.
That's interesting.
So you could never survive that. So, you know, this is where your understanding of Nimble and how you sort of want that game feel. Because, to be clear, dungeons are primarily a form of challenge-based play, right? It's a way of the GM saying, hey, here is this space. It contains treasures and rewards. Now, and again, the beauty of it is you give the players carte blanche to kind of go and do whatever they want. But unlike any other environment where the players could literally go in any direction and do whatever they want, at the end of the day, a dungeon only has the rooms that are in it. You can't go to a room that doesn't exist. So it's a sort of a way of giving them freedom while also constraining them to where they can go. And you basically say, look, how deep do you want to get? And as long as you provide some sort of tension that sort of penalizes them if they take too long or they keep going back to rest, then it could become a really fun way to sort of engage with the mechanics. And more importantly, in a game like Nimble, make people feel rewarded for playing intelligently, whether that's tactically in a combat or, say, outside of a combat. And even like the core, one of the core ideas of original D&D, which is where, you know, our knowledge of dungeons come from, was based on this idea that when you encountered a group of creatures, unless it was like undead or like an owlbear, almost nothing attacked on sight. You know, there was some sort of random roll. What is this group of creatures going to do? And so it was very much in your advantage to basically say, maybe I can outsmart these creatures. Maybe I can sneak around these creatures, because there's really no advantage to me fighting them and killing them. They're an obstacle, but me killing them doesn't really benefit me.
What are the odds in some of the D&D earlier versions and the different variants of a random encounter per dungeon turn? Or I don't even know what terminology.
So the classic dungeon turn is 10 minutes. And in BX D&D, which is, you know, kind of held up as sort of the basic rule set, you get a random encounter every 2 turns. So every 20 minutes, you get a random encounter chance. But I think it's important.
So there's a chance every other turn.
Yes.
But what is that like? How often are they happening?
Yeah. So in it depends, but on the circumstances. But I think the core rules are is like 1 in 6.
Okay. That's so interesting. That's the odds that I landed on too. That felt about right.
That's pretty good. Let's take a look here. I've got the rule book right open right now. Let's see.
And BX is what OSR and OSC are based on, right?
Yes. BX begat Labyrinth Lord, which begat OSE, which begat Dolmen Wood and everything like that. So yeah, the base rules are a 1 in 6. But this is what's really important about this is after you make that encounter roll, You then make a separate 2d6 roll, so you have a bell curve. Only on a roll of a 2. So 1 in 36 chance does the monster or whatever attack immediately.
Okay.
Right? In fact, the monster is just as likely to attack immediately as to offer enthusiastic friendship.
Okay.
And the most common result, of a 6 and a 7 and an 8, which, my math is a little off, but it's probably about 33% of the time, it is uncertain, monster confused, right? So it's like, it's uncertain, it's cautious, it's wary. But again, so even with that random encounter chance, there's a good chance that the monster might basically be like, okay, I'm going to wait and find out, what are you guys doing? How are you reacting? What are you doing? And so monsters that actually attacked you immediately were somewhat rare.
Was BX a like combat as a failure state kind of system, like some of the ones today?
So the term combat as a failure state, I think, has sort of been overused. Combat was always fun. The people enjoyed that. I mean, even in BX D&D, combat was fun. But I think it's important to realize is that the combat benefited you very minimally. And so it's like you weren't really getting anything for it, right? Whether you when you encountered a monster, especially a random monster, D&D had this idea, right? Like when you encounter a monster, you get what's in their wallet, right? And if you encounter them in their lair, you get what's in their bank account. Okay, so that's you didn't even get their treasure. So you got very little experience points, and obviously, your chance of dying significantly higher in a combat encounter than in any other situation. So it was like very bad bang for your buck. Now that being said, people fought all the time. It was still very popular.
Still fun. You just don't get paid for it.
It's still fun. You're just doing it for the love of the game. Like you're not really getting rewarded for it. And so, I think it's wrong to think of combat in a failure state in that respect. Because it is going to happen. There's going to be times where, drawing steel and fighting the evil monsters is not only the correct choice, but it's also maybe like, the heroic choice or whatever you're supposed to do. And there were monsters like Scotty is talking about. One of the things that made undead really scary is that typically they attacked immediately and they never ran away. So that's the other aspect of these encounters is that oftentimes once you killed a single monster, the other ones would run away.
Okay.
And again, there's a lot of people like DMs who kind of feel like, you why buy the cow when you're getting the milk for free? Like I've seen DMs who like hesitate to be like, I don't want my monsters to run away. The players get the experience points, but they didn't earn it. Well, and I get it. That's a kind of a toxic mentality to have. But like the thing about the morale rules in BXD&D is you weren't really getting XP anyways, so it didn't really matter. Like it
just cut to the chase. Sorry, let's wrap this thing up. You guys.
Yeah. So realistically, if there was like 6 goblins and they ambush the party or they try to ambush the party and the party lets loose and kills one of them, chances are very good, even in real life, that like everyone else is just going to run away. They're not going to stick around. So again, now ironically, that can be sort of a downside for people who were like, I wanted to fight. I wanted to fight the monsters. But D&D always offered monsters that would stick around and fight to the death. But that's why undead were so scary, is because they would stick around and fight for the death. And very few monsters actually did that. In fact, one of the reasons I think that the owlbear, and people don't realize this, but one of the reasons why the owlbear I think has such a cultural zeitgeist in the D&D space is because in the original D&D, it was one of the few monsters that attacked on sight and fought to the death. So it was so surly, that it would it fought, even though it wasn't undead, it would attack on sight and fight to the death. Anyways. So 1 in 6 every 2 turns. So, you were, roughly, 50% chance to get an encounter per hour, give or take. But again, what that encounter was and how that encounter, now in classic D&D, it was usually something like a wandering monster, some sort of creature. But, I've seen, modern dungeon tables can be things like strange events or opportunities or discoveries. But again, that's sort of the other side of the random encounter table, which is making your game more dynamic and more sort of an exploration of a space rather than, you know, just telling the story of the dungeon, to the point where like the GM is kind of surprised what's going to happen. Oh, I didn't know this was going to happen, you know?
I do like that aspect of it. Like, let's see, we're all going to find out what happens.
Yes,
I think
exactly.
that's kind of cool.
And, you know, I've had situations where, you know, I roll a random encounter, I get an ogre, which nobody was expecting. I roll the reaction. They're friendly. They're offering friendly. You know, they're and now as a GM,
Hey, everybody.
yeah, hey everybody. Now as a GM, and again, this is what I like about role playing games is I enjoy the challenge as a GM because there's immediately two schools of thought. There's the school of thought where the GM goes, I hate this. Why is the ogre friendly? That doesn't make any sense. Then there's my school of thought, which is this is awesome. Why is the ogre friendly? And I like that challenge, you know, as a GM to sort of be like, how do we make this work? Why is this ogre, you know, beat up and, you know, coming to the party and, you know, in need of assistance?
I can tell you one thing, that ogre is about to be the mascot of the party forever. If they beat the friendly. Hey guys, my name is Bucket.
Yeah. I was kicked out. I'm a runt, you know, my tribe, you know, whatever. And, you know, my tribe says they won't accept me unless I, you know, help them kill the Hydra, you know, or if I come back with the head of the Hydra. And is there a chance you guys are interested in killing the Hydra? Because that'd be pretty great, you know? In fact, I've actually discovered, you know, that over the course of my time playing, this is probably not the case for most people, but when I played older school games, is that like my players would never care when a fellow player's PC died, you know, because it's like, well, that's just a PC. They're going to make another one, you know, it'll be back. But when NPCs would die, whether it was like a hireling or a henchman or somebody that, you know, they would be like, no, I've had players like take arrows, you know, like, can I leap in front of the orc's axe to save the NPC? I can always make another PC, you know, but this NPC is, you know, this torchbearer that we've all come to sort of view as our mascot. So I enjoy that sort of dynamic, unexpected, you know, change of play. And I think that's where, for me, dungeons really represent is sort of that potential space rather than a linear space. And that's why I like bigger dungeons, because it gives you more chances for, you know,
more canvas.
Yeah, more canvas to paint with. You know, if there's only so much stuff that can happen in a 5-room dungeon, you know.
So let me ask you this then, just sort of dovetailing off that. Should the dungeoneering rules procedurally generate the dungeon as you go, or could it work equally well with the pre-made? I assume it works equally well with pre-made dungeon, since you're making like a big mega dungeon thing.
So I have kind of a controversial opinion of this, which is I don't like truly randomly generated dungeons, because I find them to be too chaotic and nonsensical. You know, and I think it ends up feeling like a bunch of random poop thrown at the wall. And doesn't have, I actually, here's the difference. I like dungeons to have a story. I just don't like that story to be the reason that the players are there. In other words, I describe dungeons as sort of being like onions, and as the players go into them, they sort of peel back the layers. And again, maybe players don't care about it, but I like there to be this sort of like this fun of learning about this place, right? True exploration. And, you know, I've had campaigns where I've even rewarded that, where I've offered XP for sort of uncovering, you know, the secrets of the dungeon, and sort of like, why is this here? You know, what was it built for? What happened here? You know, what is going on now? And for me, that's what exploration is. When people talk about the exploration pillar, I think it's about the players becoming genuinely interested in the space and not just viewing it as the, you know, the 5x5 grid background of where their next combat is taking place.
So that is a controversial opinion?
Well, that I don't like random dungeons.
You know, most people prefer random dungeons?
A lot of people use random dungeons. A lot of people will even generate them randomly while you're playing. They'll sort of do them, you know, from tables or whatever like this. And, you know, very famously, right, the first edition Dungeon Master's Guide contained a random dungeon generator, which got ported over into the 2014 5e DMG, and some people view that as sort of the truth, and even this book kind of sort of has a random dungeon generator in the back. And I don't like random dungeon generators. That's what it really comes down to. I don't like random generators. I like them as idea generators, when you're sitting around and building it. But I like the idea of sort of setting the table, and then it's hands off, right? And then I allow the game to evolve as it would through the interaction of the players, always focusing on the players.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. I like if like the right amount of randomness is fantastic, but if you're rolling on like a D1000, like that's a little bit too random.
Yeah. And again, this is where I did a whole stream about what I call dynamic random encounter tables, which is where I use my random encounter tables to help tell the story of a place. Yeah. And so like I will sort of allow the events, like I'll let the players kind of maybe know what the random encounter table looks like, or at least very frequently I'll use a 2d10 table so that there's a bell curve, and the stuff obviously in the middle is very common. And 95% of the time, the players start knowing what's in the middle of the random encounter table, what's in the middle of the distribution. Of course, about everybody knows there's goblins in the old fort. Everybody knows that there's, rodents of unusual sizes in the old fort, right? So you know what that is. But one of the things that I find very powerful to do, this is the other element about dungeons, which I think is really important, is I think one of the reasons people play in role-playing games, this is going to sound like hokey, is because the ability to really affect meaningful change and make things change. And people do that all the time. It's great. But I think that it hits a lot harder when the players can see that as a mechanical change to some element of the game system. Yeah. And
not just a gift from the GM.
Yeah, or even just like what we call fluffy bullshit, right? Like where you just go, oh yes, the goblins are very happy with you. It's like, yeah, that's a nice thing to say, but what does that mean? Okay. So an example of that might be like, let's say we're using that random reaction roll, where when you encounter a group of anybody, you roll 2d6. And on a 2, they immediately attack you. And on a 12, they want to be your friends. Well, let's say the players do something and they return the goblin's pet dragon to them, right? Calcrix, that was from Sunless Citadel, right? Meepo, the dragon holder. And you go, cool, and you have your little random encounter, chart that maybe you share with the players. Like, this is public knowledge. You're not hiding it behind the screen. And you say, hey, I'm going to give you guys a permanent +2 bonus to all of your reaction rolls with the goblins because you did them this solid. And players could quickly go, wait a second. So does that mean they won't just attack us on sight anymore, right? Because the lowest we could roll is a 4. And I'm like, that's correct. It also means that they're much more likely to offer you aid or be willing to help you as you continue to explore this dungeon. Gaining that kind of community doesn't really make sense if you're only there for like 1 or 2 sessions and then you leave and you never come back to that place again. So and similarly, let's say the players go and let's say they wipe the goblins out, right? They kill them to a man. Well, then as the GM, you go, hey guys, on that 2d10 table, remember how result 10, one of the most common results was Goblin Patrol? Erase that. Right? Like you've wiped out the goblins. So now when there's a random encounter and you roll a 10, that's where the goblins used to be. Right? And now they're gone. And so the players will have that random encounter. Hell, a lot of times I let them roll it and then they'll go 10 and they go, ha ha ha, no goblins this time, So I love that sort of mechanical fictional interface where the players can not only understand, hey, this is what's happening in like the fictional world, but there's also a mechanical impact. And we see that in the way that, the charts, the tables, the odds, the procedure changes. So
I agree 100%. That is right up my alley. Right. Absolutely.
And at the end of the day, it just makes the players have to make, decisions and interact with the play space and try to do stuff like that. So
it means their choices matter. And they're not just like, oh, whatever choice you make, we'll say, we'll come up with something that, whatever.
Right. And vice versa. if the players keep, encountering goblins and the goblins are like, yeah, what are you doing here, humans? And the players are like, this, and they just keep throwing axes at them and shooting them with arrows, and maybe the goblins, some of them die, some of them run away, or maybe they're killed to a man, and then other goblins presumably in the area see this butchery, this slaughter, and then you go, hey guys, the goblins now have
-2.
a -5, or like, they're going to attack you on sight.
-1 for every goblin you killed.
Yeah, exactly. And the players start going, wow, okay, wait a second, so our actions matter. And it's not just fluffy, like, oh, the goblins are mad at you. No, like this is actually changing the dynamic of the game. And it also gives you as the GM sort of it's not my fault. I didn't decide that those goblins were attacking you.
Yeah, it's not me being the jerk. It's like, you guys did this, and this is what happens in the world.
Right,
yeah, so
exactly.
Like, you kill all the goblins, and you're still just as likely to meet friendly goblin and angry goblins. No, that doesn't make sense. It should squish to one side. Yeah.
Right. And so now suddenly the players start going, Jesus, it's like everything that we do matters. Every choice that we make has a consequence. And I think that's a really cool space to be in. Now, that's not unique to Dungeons. But what's cool about Dungeons is they're kind of like a pressure cooker. Because, again, it's like, even Blades in the Dark, the game by John Harper, is a game about, small-time criminal enterprises in a cursed, forgotten city. But one of the caveats of the game is everything outside the city is an endless death wasteland. And the reason he does that is because if you could just leave, there would be no tension. There, it was just like, hey, things are getting hot. Okay, we just go to a different city, So what I like about Dungeons is it sort of puts the players into that environment, and the consequences that they, for good or for bad, carry over from session to session to session.
Yeah. Awesome.
So anyways, that's philosophically why I like Dungeons. So,
I'm starting to see it. Derek. I mean, you're a good salesman.
Well, I try to be. And especially because, these crazy people want me to actually build my 500 plus room dungeon, including.
Have you seen? Have you done a review of Wonderland?
As in Allison?
Andrew Kolb?
No,
Andrew Kolb's.
No, I have Neverland and Oz. I don't actually have Wonderland, so I think that's
check out Wonderland. That's it's his newest one. It's Mega Dungeon.
Right. Well, to be clear, when I think of a Mega Dungeon, I think of something like this.
Okay, it's not that.
just so we're clear.
What is that?
That's the Slumbering Sarsaparilla. No. That is a 1,070 page, 8.5 by 11 dungeon. Yeah, baby.
I don't know about that.
No, not
but
that
it'll
one.
It'll take me some time to warm up to that to quadruple digit page counts.
Yes, I mean, again, there is a spectrum between a 5-room dungeon and a 500 room dungeon for sure. I think one of the things that you need to look at it is, not just like how many sessions are we going to be here, but like how much game are we going to be here, right? Nimble is a 10. No, it's a 20 level game, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So, one of the things that I personally like about D&D, which has sort of gone away, I like what I call sort of episodic D&D. I like the idea that the players, maybe it's not a mega dungeon. They come to this area, there's a town, there's a dungeon, there's problems, there's factions, and the players dig in and they're engaged with it for 3 to 5 levels, 3 to 5 levels.
Yep.
And that might take months of gameplay. And when you're done, it doesn't like, oh, the princess is in another castle, it's a breadcrumb to there's actually there's even a bigger bad guy, right? Like nowadays, the modern adventure path just sort of basically it's like how modern day TV shows aren't really like 8 episodes, right? It's just a 16-hour movie. I like it to be like, nope. We were done there. The fade to black, when the next movie opens, okay, we've moved on to it's the same characters. But it's a different situation. It's a different set of circumstances, and we can, sort of dress it up. I like that. I like that about D&D. I don't necessarily need, to literally be like where one session ends, the next adventure just literally, picks up 5 minutes later. I don't necessarily need that.
Yeah.
Yes. D&D campaigns is Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, I don't need that. So Nimble Dungeons.
Yes.
You want to look at your rules?
Yeah.
Or
Let's do it.
Or what you threw up there. All right. So this is, by the way, Evan, just throwing stuff together. So for starters, just another incredible Justin Gerard piece. This one might be my favorite of all time. I love everything about this piece. All right. So Dungeoneering rules. So before we even get into this, what are you trying to accomplish through not just the Dungeoneering rules, but through the Nimble rules in general?
So for the Nimble rules, I want to enable people to have a good time with minimal effort, I guess, like the maximum amount of fun per unit of effort or time is the goal. Did I ever tell you the story of the guy who put powdered milk in his milk?
No, I don't know that one.
All right, so this is where it came from. My buddy saw his friend. He had a big glass of milk, and he ripped open a packet or 2 packets of powdered milk, and he was dumping it in. My buddy's like, "What are you doing?" He said, "What? It's more milk per milk." And so to me, like Nimble is like more D&D per D&D.
Got it.
So like less. So I'm not sitting around waiting for everybody to do that. For me to have fun, like we're all having fun the whole time. So one thing that kept coming up was GMs are saying like, well, could we have some sort of framework for like, doing dungeons and stuff, like some framework so that they don't have to continuously prep this kind of thing or to do this other kind of style of play that didn't appeal to me because I wasn't used to it and I didn't really understand it. So I want to scratch that itch. So this isn't something that you would have in every dungeon or on every adventure, every session, but for the right circumstances, this is a cool, light framework to have those kinds of experiences that previously someone would have to sort of make up on their own.
Right. Secondly, if you were put into a corner and had to answer, would you say that Nimble is more fiction first or mechanics first in its resolution?
What do you mean by both of those?
So by fiction first,
I know what I think I mean.
Okay.
By those,
so I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to think of a classic example. Okay. The rules say that this fire elemental can be damaged by fire. And in the fiction, you say that doesn't make any sense. So even though now that might screw a player over because they took this ability and it does fire damage, but to you it makes more sense that that they shouldn't do damage. Or I'll give you another example. Like you make rules and somebody goes, "I'm going to attack the door with my psionic blast," and it does 20 damage to the door, and you go, "No, the door is immune to psychic damage."
Yeah.
Right. And that's because now there's nothing in the game rules that say that the door is immune to psychic damage, but you decide that it's immune to psychic damage.
I would say that it's more that. So there's not a rule for everything. There's not a rule that describes like how creatures move, like they move when their leg muscles propel themselves forward and push against gravity off the ground. Like, no, you move. So it's not that. And like the ice spells, they don't all, like the fire spells, they don't all say they do fire damage, but it's a fire spell. It deals fire damage. Like, so there's that kind of stuff where you use common sense, and wherever there isn't a clear assumption to be made, like the wind spells, like what's wind damage? Like some of them are bludgeoning and some of them are slashing. So it says it like when it's unclear or it's needed, it's there.
Yeah.
But when it isn't,
to give you an example, in Pathfinder 2nd Edition, there are cantrips, right? Spells that you can use over and over again. Yeah. One of them is like a little fire dart bolt.
Yeah.
Right. You can't use that to like set anything on fire or burn anything.
No, that's stupid.
So Pathfinder 2 is a mechanics first.
Okay.
Game.
Yeah. So not that.
Okay. So not that. Okay.
Not
okay.
that. So like that said.
By the way, this
I
is different,
love it.
Heisenberg, than rulings versus rules. Just to be clear, it's a little bit different. Yeah, so Jack Hiltorn Moon says, "Can I use my impale ability with my Warhammer? Like in Draw Steel. Draw Steel would say yes. The name of the power has nothing to do with the flavor. You shouldn't be punished just because you chose a Warhammer and now your power doesn't work, right? But a GM might say, no, you can't use impale, with a Warhammer. That doesn't make any sense, right?
So yes, no, go ahead.
No. I just want to say real quick, we did have a thing. Dirty Phil with a $10 super chat says, "We'll watch the VOD. Thanks, Nimble, and welcome back, Derek. These vids are greatly appreciated." By the way, if you, for some odd reason, did not back Nimble, I do have a link in the doobly-doo down below. You can still, you're still accepting late pledges, right, Evan?
Yep.
Yeah, so you can be part of the Nimble revolution. And of course, if you missed the original Nimble, you can also back to get the reprint of the core rules, which are also being reprinted as part of this as well. So thank you. And then Junderlin, thank you for the $5 tip. Appreciate you there so much. Junderlin says, to bring it back home, if dungeons and dungeon crawling are about resource management, what resources and resource recovery do you have? And play off your dungeon rules for that. Also, I think dungeons can let you use different resources. So that is one thing that we should definitely get to, which is, and a fundamental question is, we talk about pushing your luck. So what are you betting with, right? What are you gambling with? Is a core question.
I made a long list of knobs that we can manage. So I don't like to describe it as resource management so much as like smart choices paying off, or like setting up cool things and then feeling the payoff of like that setup. So like in the fiction first or mechanics first, like definitely fiction first, but I love it when like the mechanics of a thing like also fit the fiction perfectly.
Yes, I mean that's the ideal situation.
Yeah.
Yes.
So like that is where like 90% of my design time like goes.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was just working on like a chronologist, like a time travel-y kind of subclass for one of the classes, and like there were a lot of really cool ideas, but like no, it doesn't feel timey. Like it has to be it has to feel like this. It has to capture it. So like the mechanics have to feel like this. Yep. Otherwise, it doesn't. What are we even doing?
Right, exactly. I again, my regular viewers will know this, but did you play Magic the Gathering at all?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So one of the examples I always give is there was this blue enchantment from one of the Theros blocks, when it was called Pin to the Earth. And it was the art was like a big fork sticking a creature to the ground. And people complained, and they're like, why doesn't this make the creature lose flying? Yep. And they're like, but it doesn't really even matter. They're like, but it feels wrong that it doesn't.
Look at the art.
Look at the art. Look at the name of the ability. Why isn't this?
Yep.
You should totally be able to use this to make a creature lose flying. And it's the same kind of idea, right? Even if it's not necessarily important, you want the mechanical and fictional interface to be as sort of smooth as possible.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the reason why I break this down is because, sort of your Dungeoneering rules is the idea of like, you're like, okay, we're going to break this down into discrete chunks. And so you basically ask the players, what are they doing in these 10 minutes? Then the GM asks one hero to make a dungeon roll. It's more fun if they do it, since it's their fault. I completely agree with this, by the way. I even appreciate that it's a sort of a dramatic irony, right? Where the players might know that it's very dangerous, even if their PCs do not. And so we've got some examples. So your idea here is this list is descriptive, not prescriptive, right? You're using this as examples of what the players might want to do and stuff like that. Okay, got it. So a couple of things here. First, we have the search area, right? To uncover possible loot, secrets, lore, etc. So I guess the first question is, is there an advantage, or like you say, keep watch, you say rest, you miscellaneous. Is there an advantage to more than one character searching an area?
Yeah.
Okay. So
all right.
break it down for me.
Maybe we could set up like situations. So there's like 4 heroes. They go into like the sewers, and like the GM would describe like the big things, big vaulted arch thing and circle with water's bubbling. All right, what do you guys want to do? If one person, I want to look in the water, like they'll make a skill check. If two people search, then they both can make a skill check. And if one of them gets a 7 and one of them gets a 17, then like, oh, 17, like you see this, right? So there's an advantage for multiple people doing it. But if everybody does that and nobody's keeping watch,
Got it.
then, yeah.
So okay, so right, so the idea then is that time is a valuable commodity, right? And you can't necessarily do everything, and obviously certain things are also mutually exclusive. If you're searching the room, you're not moving on to the next area, right? So, so okay, so yeah, one of the hallmarks, obviously, of dungeon exploration is searching an area. Now I'm getting off into the weeds immediately, but this is an area where some people have, again, we talked about the gamist conceits. Before we do, though, I do want to, Scotty F just tipped us another $20 to get our tip goal complete. Thank you, Scotty F. So Evan, you have to come back again. The people demand it. Thank you, Scotty F, for finishing up that goal. So the classic old school mentality is, should people search by description, or should people search via a skill check? And I think this has a lot to do with the vibe of how your game feels and how much people are actually interacting with the dungeon space as an environment, as opposed to a procedural set of DCs or whatever you call them in your game. Right? Like, does it feel like the players are actually searching the room, or do you just say, make a check? And what kind of behavior should you encourage? Making a character that's really good at searching, or being a player who knows what to say to the GM to get them to say, yes, you found the secret treasure?
Yeah. So if someone, like, I'm the merfolk and I'm going to put on my goggles of seeing in underwater and I'm going to swim in the water and do this and this, like, maybe you don't need a skill check. Like you say what you're doing, and like this, like whatever choices you made in the past, like perfectly prepared you for this. Like, okay, well that works.
Okay.
But for the person who's like, there's also the other people at the table who, like, they're just sort of just like vibing, having a good time, just being there, and they don't know how to describe the perfect thing. And like, all right, well, what skill do you want to use, and how's that? What are you going to do?
Yeah. The reason, so I'm actually really torn on this, and I'm not really quite sure, because number one, I like the characters. Again, I think Ray Winiger, who used to write this Dragon Magazine article called Dungeon Craft back in the 90s. One of his rules of Dungeon Craft was a great adventure challenges both the player and the player character. And, obviously when you ask for a skill check, you are challenging the player. But the one thing I will say to this is, imagine how engaging combat would be if you solved it the same way that you just described. Right? The player's just vibing, and then you go, cool, make a combat check. And they go, cool. Did I make it? No. All right, I guess I lost the combat. Cool. I think one of the reasons that exploration gets a kind of a bad rap is because combat asks you to make all sorts of decisions and really engage with it on multiple levels and pay attention. And it's not just about rolling dice. It's about making a ton of decisions. Where do I stand? What power do I use? What tactic are we going to employ? And when people sort of boil other elements of the game down to, make a disarm trap, a check, or make a search check, I don't think it's necessarily surprising that people go, yeah, that part of the game is boring and I don't like interacting with it, because it's just a skill check.
Yeah.
So I think it's a tough spot.
It is. And I think I would leave that mostly up to the GM. So like I have people at my table when I play who are like a lot more shy.
Yeah.
And they're just sort of happy to be there.
Yeah.
And they're not going to describe a lot of things, and I have other people who are going to say, like, this is the speech that I give to everybody on the eve of battle, and they have a speech or a song prepared, and like, okay. Right. So I think that's a judgment call for the GM.
So that shy player, or maybe a player who doesn't really like thinking about a game as a tactical combat, like if they just go on their turn, they go, I don't know, I just, I go do something useful. Tell me what I do. Like, are you okay with that?
Do you mean in combat, or
in combat? In combat.
No,
Or do
no,
you
like
expect them to like, pick a square and they move to it and choose an ability and use their actions and abilities?
yeah, there is like a minimum threshold of
I'm
you
being
do
devil's
have
advocate here, but
no,
like
no, no, I get it. No,
I don't know
that's
why
fine. That's
I don't know
perfectly
why people are so they have that attitude of, I have people who don't really want to get engaged, and then but they somehow assume that everybody wants to play, XCOM, or
Yeah.
Final Fantasy Tactics. And I always find that very interesting, because it's like,
Yeah.
well, why that and not the other elements of the game, or
Well,
vice versa.
so like for instance, my table, like they're like 3 of the 4 people. They're like, yeah, we're planning together and like building our characters and all this sort of stuff. And then there's one who's like, all right, I'm gonna shoot my bow. Your turn. Like they're like some people are just, and like that's fine. But if they just say like, I'll do a combat. Like no, you do have to be a little bit more specific. Like you do have to engage with the game at some minimum level to be playing. Otherwise, like we can find someone else, right?
So that's a great question. So is there a minimum threshold of engaging with the dungeon or with the exploration? Or we go get somebody else, right? And that's a question.
That's a great question.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm really trying to get at.
That is a good question.
Right.
Absolutely.
Because if at a certain point, if everybody is doing the I shoot a bow equivalent in exploration, you might ask yourself, why am I using these rules? Right? Like if everybody was like your player who goes, I just shoot a bow. I don't actually really like combat. I'm just here to vibe. You might go like, well, maybe I shouldn't have a game that's like has all these really neat combat options and lots of cool fun choices, because nobody seems to really care about that. Like for example, when I run Blades in the Dark, which has a universal resolution system, I resolve entire combats with a single group check. Right? It's like, tell me what you are doing in this combat. It's like, oh, I'm gonna keep pulling out my flintlock pistols and unloading a fuselage of fire. Cool, that's what you're doing in this combat. We can imagine what it would look like cinematic on table, right? A lot of cool montages of your character jumping through the air. Cool, you do this. All right, we're gonna make one roll, and it's gonna decide the outcome of the entire combat, because that game's not about combat, right? That game is not about that element of the game, or that element of the component. So there's nothing wrong with saying my game's about cool, efficient, fun fights. But if you're making dungeoneering rules, it would behoove you to sort of think about like, well, that's an element of the game that we are choosing to lean into.
Yeah.
And so maybe there's a way to make that more interactable, I suppose would be the term I would use.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Like you have like an advantage. You know what I mean? Like in combat, if you make a good decision, how does that reflect in the game?
Yeah.
Like with advantage or some sort of bonus to hit or flanking, or some sort of mechanical effect because you chose to pay attention and make a good choice. So I think it's the same thing true with like searching an area, for example, or even keeping watch or whatever like that, right? Like make the player's decision matter mechanically, and I think people will engage with it more. Now that doesn't necessarily mean you need to make it like part of like their level up elements, but like
yeah, no, absolutely. So each one of these does have like a specific mechanical or some noticeable impact on what happens next.
Right. So like as an example, let's say there's an area and you blah blah blah, you describe it and stuff like that, and a player says, I'm going to search the area. I'm going to look at the bookshelf, and I'm going to be looking for any books that look like maybe they've been touched or disturbed or bothered recently, right? And at that point, you basically have 3 choices. Okay, one, let's say that the secret is actually on the bookshelf, right? Like there's a tome or something. You could say you succeed immediately. But when you do that, you're sort of saying it's not important to have a good search skill. It's important to just describe things well. Which in a way kind of minimizes the game. Like imagine if my character had a -1 to hit, like, well, I guess you can't miss in your game. Imagine my character sucked at combat, but then I described it really well. And the GM was like, oh, critical hit. Oh, he's dead instantly. Right. Another player might be like, wait a sec, what's going on?
Yeah,
here?
fair.
Right. But people do that all the time. Right. Yeah. There'll be some character who, is 6 int or 4 charisma, but the player describes something really well, and the GM goes, "Oh, that totally works. Yeah, you totally find it." Oh,
so what is the Derek solution? So like for me, let me tell you what I would do.
Okay, yeah, please.
So like if let's say it was a DC 15 skill check to find the thing. But if someone specifically says, I'm going to the bookshelf and I'm looking for books, I might give them advantage on it. I might say the DC is gonna be 10 instead. Or it's gonna be much easier for them to find this, but they still have to not roll garbage, right? Or
I
they
think
have
that's
to
the
spend
best.
another turn looking for it.
Yep, I think that's honestly probably, given the traditional D20 framework, the best option. Because it means that the choices that you're making are meaningful, right? It's the combat equivalent of, I could attack this monster with anything, but I kind of paid attention, and it looks like the monster might be weak to ice damage, so I'm going to use an ice spell. And then the game rewards me by saying, oh, you do bonus damage, or, yes, before I attacked, I moved to the other side of the monster, and now we're flanking it, and I get some sort of bonus to hit, or do bonus damage, or whatever, because I'm a rogue, or whatever. So I think that is by far and easily, the best option. I just think that that's definitely an area that you could probably expand and explore in details, because you want to make
some examples of like how you would resolve like these kinds of situations.
Yeah. Now the downside is it can lead to what's called GM pixel bitching, right? And that's unavoidable in some seriously, which is basically, it's like, well, you described it, but you didn't describe it well enough,
Yeah.
Alternatively, the other option is, it's sticks and carrots, right? So you described a carrot, which I think is good. The other option is a player goes, okay, I want to go over and I want to do a detailed search of the bookshelf, and I want to do a detailed search of the altar, and I want to do this and the whole, and you could totally do that, but it's going to take 4 dungeon turns, not 1. And then let them make that decision, okay, now we're making a decision that is predicated on this theoretical time as a resource, and may have consequences. Is that how you want to do it? Because if you basically say, hey, I kind of described, the Derek methodology is sort of like, if there's a secret in one of the 3 areas, I usually go with 3, I'll describe 3 things of interest. Oh, there's a tapestry, an altar, and a bookshelf, right? And if the players search in the right spot at the first go, then they're going to theoretically be saving themselves time and whatever other resources are present in the game. So the reward is, hey, you didn't waste as much time. A party that might not, that have made bad decisions. Now, similarly, I don't know how Nimble handles this. Okay, there's a secret on the bookshelf. Now, obviously, if somebody literally goes oh, we were told that you need to pull the book titled, Secret Doors and You, an autobiography, and they pull that book, you'd be pretty dickish not to say that the secret door opens. But the players feel like it's a secret door. They go over there, they search. I don't know if you use private or public roles, but they fail. Now, if the players aren't aware that they failed, do they now think that there isn't a secret door there? And is that something that we are accepting and okay with?
I think I included this in the in the notes a little bit further on. So in the
GM guidance thing.
When should the heroes roll?
Yes.
Yeah. So if they're searching for something and they rolled a 1, all right, well, I search again.
Right.
And I search.
So let's talk about your nimble approach to dungeoneering. What you're describing here leads to what I call not nimble approach. Because when players don't know if they succeeded or not, then they're like, well, did I fail or did I not? Or what did I not find the secret door because there's not a secret door to find? Or did I not find, right? And it can lead to people getting really stalled out. And it can lead to a lot of grinding. And then it comes well, why don't you try? Okay, well, why don't you try? Okay, well, why don't you try? And you just circled around the whole party until everybody tries. And sure, there might be consequences of that because of the dungeon turn and all that other stuff. But it can still end up feeling very we're just going to keep throwing bodies at the problem until we succeed. And that can be potentially a source of some people teeth gnashing about the dungeon process.
Is that why would they do that? If this is 1 room out of 20, say, in this dungeon, why would they? Why would someone affix on that? What's the solution to that?
Well, because
it seems like them rolling and seeing that they rolled a 2, then they would throw more bodies at it.
Right.
Is
which
that
is
better?
also a problem. Which is also a problem too.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm just saying, like, you know, it's about player agency, and I always say that, like, for players to have agency, they have to have a meaningful, they have to have actually be able to make a meaningful decision, but they also have knowledge and information. Like, there's a fundamental reason why, like, you know, picking the lock or climbing the door is oftentimes, climbing the wall is a lot more satisfying. It's because you know that you failed because the door is still locked, right? And so now you're like, well, we could try again, assuming the rules allow us to try again. Or do we kick the door in? Do we go around? Do we do a different thing? The players know what happened, and so they can make proper decisions. I'm just letting you, like, as a dungeon aficionado, I guess. You know, Phil Kearney says this does happen all the time. It's like you're introducing this failure state that the players may not fully understand or no. A great example of this is, like, in many games, use like a sense motive or a wisdom check, right, to see, like, is the NPC lying?
Insight. Give me an insight check.
I'm sorry, that's the D&D version. Yeah, I couldn't remember. Insight check is what it's called in D&D. In 3rd edition, it was called sense motive. And the GM, you know, the GM's being in the NPC. He's like, you know, it's like, no, you must go to the warehouse district, and there at the 3rd pier you will find my contact. And, like, the players are like, I don't know, like, insight check, and the GM secretly rolls, and he says, no, the guy's telling the truth, and the player goes, I still don't trust him. Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I want to give him an insight check now too. So what's the solution? Yeah.
Well, that's a great question. You know,
there isn't one.
Well, there's just no perfect solution, right? Like,
sure.
That's the downside. Because that's a great name for a game. That's Dr. D Hart says dungeon aficionado. I did have a great name. I was, like, thinking about, like, creating like I don't know, some sort of dungeon design and calling it the Dun Jam. You know, like, instead of a dungeon, the Dun Jam. I don't know. Anyways, that came to me today while I was walking. That's the level of my creativity, is Dun Jam. That's, by the way, compared to Evan, who, you know, this is his alpha, super alpha, pre-alpha documents all laid out. Beautiful. So I will answer this. I'll say this. Hey, thank you, Cal. Cal tipped $5. Says players do this all the time. Asking why is like, why is water wet? Players will spend 30 minutes checking a door that isn't trapped for traps. You need to have success with a cost. Right. So this is where, Cal, you're getting exactly where it's going. More time or resource cost. So the way that PBTA solves this is by basically saying, like, you know, you failed, but the failure isn't that you didn't find the secret door. The failure is that you didn't do it in a single dungeon turn, right? Or that the failure is that you didn't do it without costing you some other resource, right? So that's so
the failure here is, like, why they wouldn't just keep trying is, like, after everybody, like, so basically the structure is like, all right, we're in this room, what are you guys doing? Everybody sort of decides what it's doing, everybody rolls, and the GM resolves it. And then if someone wants to stay in the room to look again or to rest longer or whatever, okay, so everybody does that. After everybody's turn, they roll a dungeon turn to see if anything bad happens.
Right.
So I think that is well, we can't stay here forever. We can't stay in every room forever looking for traps and secrets because we're all gonna die.
Right, and so you're using a carrot here, or sorry, a stick.
I'm still listening.
Yeah. You're using a stick here to discourage players from doing that. However, I will say that sometimes that can actually just create more frustration because now the players feel like they're being penalized for trying to interact with the environment. And again, the classic D&D dungeon is very much the original D&D dungeon didn't have skills, right? And D&D didn't have skills. So the only way that you could interact with an environment was through description, right? Now, the problem there is, did you say the right word that the GM needed to hear in order for them to say, yes, you found, because the classic example is like the player's like, I looked left and right and whatever. And it's like, okay, well, the giant spider attacks you. It's like, what? I said I was searching the room. You didn't say you were searching the ceiling, and this, I mean, you're laughing, but like, this is this is a classic thing.
Yeah.
So
So
yeah. Anyways, my point is that you need to sort of, just punishing them for engaging with it can actually create a back. They can kind of backfire on you, because now the players feel like,
I definitely agree. So maybe I'll share how I treat traps, how I think about traps.
Okay.
Like that might be the solution then. So for traps, I say like 90% of the time at least, the trap should be obvious.
Yes.
Because the fun part is not finding the trap. It's
Correct.
like, how do we overcome it, or how do we push a monster into it, or we trigger it and it happens, but it's still kind of funny. So you go into the room, there is a secret door in here. Is that the solution?
So my co-GM / co-player, like my best friend, the person who I do everything with, he literally he's run campaigns with that system. Now I do think that that's kind of heavy-handed, but I also don't think it's wrong to sort of ask for a little bit of engagement where, and we can talk about this from like a GM guidance standpoint. You might outline, there's the bookshelf, the altar, and the tapestry. And when the players go and say, I'm going to sort of, like one of the actions could basically be, even like the player chooses to engage with a room feature. And when the player chooses to engage with the bookshelf, you could inform them, that basically, as you begin looking around, you see signs of a mechanism, or there's a draft or a current, there's a secret door here. Right. And then, maybe make a check or whatever like that. And then again, the check could be, if they succeed, you get it open in the same dungeon turn. And if you fail, you could either get into the perspective of, well, just keep rolling till you find it. Or you could say it just takes another dungeon turn. Right. Yeah. And you'll find it automatically or whatever like that. I think, given that you're trying to sort of keep the action moving and you want to sort of avoid people just getting stuck in these ruts, because again, even like 3rd edition D&D, did you play 3rd edition D&D?
I've played none edition of D&D except for 5e.
Okay. So 3rd edition D&D had a rule called Take 20. And the rule was basically, if there isn't an immediate consequence for failure, right? Like trying to jump a pit. You can just assume that your D20 rolls a 20.
Okay. Just with enough time, you'll figure it out.
It just takes, with enough time, you figure it out. You get the maximum possible value that your character could get. And the cost typically is time, right? But if you're not like, and again, so like the equivalent would be like, someone goes to search for it and it's like, well, if you want to find the secret door, you can do it automatically, but it's an extra dungeon turn, or an extra 2 dungeon turns, or, depending on how complex or how, insidiously it's hidden. If it's a DC 18 secret door, you might say it takes 2 door, because once you get into a rule where you're just like, I'm just gonna keep rolling the D20 till I succeed, even if there is a punishment in the form of the dungeon turn, I feel like we've sort of missed the mark, right?
Yeah. So I think at least you've convinced me that the GM should not roll like for secret checks, like in secret. Like they should at least see, I rolled an 18. There's no secrets in here.
I think it's very empowering. I mean, again, my because again, I'm not trying to create a immersive simulationist experience, right? Like some people treat dungeons, right, like you're in an escape room. Right? Where it's like, imagine that you're in this dungeon, right? Like you are here. I never want to lose sight of the fact that we're just sitting around a table playing a game. So like I'm very game forward in my approach to RPGs. I don't really care as much about the immersive elements of it.
So in the GM guide, I've got a section on like how a GM can like introduce information that the players know that the heroes do not. So like, yes, they're like,
that's a classic example, right?
you fail this check. There is a secret door in this room. It's going to take you at least another 2 dungeon turns to find it. So like, so what if it was this? You can only roll like for the thing in this room once.
Yes.
And then like, so say you roll a 1, it's going to take you 3 dungeon turns. With that was your best effort. It's going to take you 3 dungeon turns.
Yep.
But you won't find it if you spend those 3 turns. So like, you just cut to the chase.
Yep.
If you roll a 12, but you needed a 14, like if you just spend one more dungeon turn here, you will find it's there. Do you want to spend that time?
Yep. I think all of that, and again, there might be other knobs and levers as well that, that we can tweak, but I think that is a very empowering thing. And that's something that, I've sort of learned over the years from, playing PBTA games and other stuff like that. Now, and other things like that. Now, KTube is talking about quantum secret doors. I don't necessarily agree with that, KTube, in a more traditional gameplay space environment. Because what I'm interested in is not whether you rolled high or not. What I'm interested in is the players making a choice. Like, how important is it to us that we get this secret door? How valuable is our time? And again, I don't know how spell durations, if they work, how they work in Nimble. Do they work outside of combat?
They're not really. It's like, this lasts for a minute, it lasts for this common encounter. There are out of combat uses and stuff, but not like long duration buffs where you have to worry about that. So there's other knobs, but not that. Okay.
Because, because what KTube is suggesting is very much more of a very narrative forward game. It's very much like more of like a PBTA type approach, right? Which is a different type of style. And I think that's totally fine and acceptable, but I don't think that's right for what you're trying to go for. What I'm trying to avoid is just pointless grinding dice rolling.
Roll. Yeah. Keep going till you get a 17. We'll get there, guys.
Right. Keep rolling till you get a 17. And if enough of us try, then we know that we've succeeded, blah, blah, blah. And then of course, while spamming rolls, they end up getting an encounter, and then they go, "Oh, see, this is stupid. This is why we don't search for anything." Like, well, no, I'm trying to discourage you from doing this. And you're like, that it doesn't work. So again, we spent all this time on this one thing, but I think it's just important that, like you said,
no, that's good. That's very good.
I mean, I like that you have this basically the one shot, and then the consequence of failure should very rarely, if ever, be you can't find it, because I think that just leads to, I mean, look, also
it's not fun.
It's not fun.
No result
I'm going to say this. Look, I'm going to say this as a GM. I'm not Gary Gygax, okay? Like, I'm not trying to be adversarial. Look, if I make a secret door, I want the players to find the secret door.
Yeah,
I want
find the lore,
to find the cool treasure. I don't want, I want you to make choices, and I want you to pay the price, and I don't want to just give it to you on a silver platter. But I want you to find the secret door. I mean, I wrote the dungeon. I wrote the cool room beyond the secret door. I want you to go there. And now Nin says, but in PF2 you can only heal if you have time and make medicine check. It's not a free heal. True, Nin, except in Pathfinder 2 there are no random encounters and there's no penalty for time. So yeah, you just heal. And if you do have random encounters, your game will break because the players will be nearly dead. They'll be at like 20% of their hit points or 10% of their hit points with no focus points. And then they'll start trying to heal, and then you'll roll a random encounter and they'll get a average encounter or severe encounter, PL +0, PL +1, and it'll wipe them out because the game math rules assume that they are at full. So yeah, that's why that fails. Anyways.
Great feedback so far.
Let's see here. So we got a couple people here in chat says, like, what about a player shaping the dungeon? Like a rogue can use the ability find hidden door, so it reshapes the story, so there's now a secret door. That is cool for a very different type of game than what we're talking about. But I mean, fundamentally, like, for example, if you're playing Fabula Ultima, one of the things that players can do is spend a Fabula point to alter the story. And especially if it's tied in thematically to their character's three themes of identity. I'm sorry, their three traits of identity, theme, and origin. So if a character's identity is like the greatest thief alive, I think it would be totally awesome for a player in that game to spend one of their limited meta currencies and say, what if there was a secret door into the treasure room and I found it? That would be very cool, very appropriate. But that's a very different kind of game. That is very much leaning towards a more narrativist style of play that may not necessarily be, I think, what Nimble is going for. I could be wrong.
I'm really looking forward to hearing what you think about the luck thing, adventuring luck. Like for it's something that's like just for these kinds of situations. I'm not sure about that. I think it could be cool, but it might not be what we're looking for.
Right. Let's see here. Junderlin says another stick or fail forward is expending a long or short-term resource, like hit dice, or you just make a random encounter check on the spot. Right. This is where we get into like the knobs and levers and all that other stuff and things like that. Because one of the great things that you can do is sort of pass the buck. This is what PBTA teaches us, right? Like, for example, one of the downsides could be that maybe, they find it, but like the dungeon environment, gets more dangerous. You know what I mean? Like you're now entering into a different area of the dungeon, and because of the players, because it took them longer to do it, the monsters are starting to close in on their position, right? It's trying to tie the fiction into the mechanics, and you're representing that, letting the players know, like, hey, if your character had a better search check, none of this would have happened, right? But because you rolled badly and it took you this extra time, as a result of it, maybe, that, because that's what random encounters are supposed to represent, right? It's trying to simulate all of the unknowable factors without literally making the GM have to like manually track where every single creature is at all times in the dungeon, right? Yeah. And so we didn't know it, but the creatures are kind of coning in on you, if you will. So, okay, so that's just searching an area, but I think what you said about traps is very much in line with that,
Yeah.
But yes, Void Dude says Wild Sea or Bramblewood Bay, I think you mean Brindlewood Bay, is wildly different to the mechanics of a Nimble. And I agree with you. I think that they are completely different. And yes, Garbor says, big dislike for Quantum Secret Doors. I also agree that in the context of Nimble, I don't think Quantum Secret Doors, maybe we should, maybe it's just my vibe, but there's a certain element of, I think, minimizing the amount of reality warping power. I don't know what your luck points are doing or what they're on there, but generally speaking,
so like I
haven't caught up with too many streams. I haven't caught up all with them.
Yeah, no. So I like some of that, like in a very limited sense, insofar as it speeds up play. Like, the players the heroes are in town and they're shopping and buying stuff or whatever. And then they find themselves, I need rope. Oh, who has rope? Nobody has rope. So like there's ability, you can make an insight check. Like maybe the player didn't think about what would your hero have thought about buying rope. You roll, okay, you have rope. So like that kind of stuff, just so that you don't spend forever in town thinking through, like doing all that kind of stuff.
So when I made my 5e hack for running dungeons, which jokingly was called Dungeon Time Extreme, that was the name of the game, Dungeon Time Extreme. I had a mechanic tied to a character's intelligence that functioned essentially as, in Dungeon World, it is called Adventures Pack. And basically, in Dungeon World, your character can equip a Dungeon Adventures Pack, and it has 3 uses. And basically, you reach into your pack and you can pull out some piece of dungeoneering crap, right? And you can do that.
I think that's a fine shortcut. Yeah, that's a fine shortcut.
Now, that is Quantum. It is, however, for your stated goal, which is to make it fast and quick and get it to the point, I actually think it works really well. And I know that some people might be like, it's very much like Fabula. Well, Fabula Ultima IP is even actually more restrictive, Dr. Dehart, because Fabula Ultima IP only lets you select from a limited list of, say, 5 or 6 items. Whereas, the idea of what's in your Quantum Pack. I don't dislike that because 99% of the time, people don't use what's on their sheet anyways, but they can end up spending way too much time trying to figure out, what's in their, what's in their pack and trying to shop for it and manage it.
To me, that doesn't feel like very Quantum Pack. Like, it's an Adventures Pack, like, does it have perfume in it? No. So like there's a limited number of things that could be in there. So that's just, it's a shortcut and not like, oh, I've got this thing that never would be in an Adventures Pack because I have one use of the thing left.
Right. And again, I like that rule, and I think it leads to, again, it's not the most hyper simulationist rule of all time where it's like, no. If you want chalk, you have to have said, I bought chalk. It costs 2 copper. It weighs nothing. If you don't have it, get bent. But that being said, it also gives you a resource that you could also play with potentially. Yeah. Like, for example, while you may not be able to use luck to sort of, do quantum elements about it, at the same time, maybe you could use luck, assuming that you're, as you suggest, rolling, maybe you're rolling these dungeon turns in in the open, maybe a luck lets you re-roll one of those dice, you know, maybe, and I don't know if like the rogue or something gets more of these, you know, and so like it becomes a question of like, hey, do we want to save these luck points for whatever use they have, or do we want to avoid this fight, or do we want to have a fight, and so on and so forth. So okay, moving on to the other thing. So you can move to another area, which is fine. So I guess the idea here is, and I'm actually okay with this for Nimble as well, which it sounds like the way that you are thinking about dungeons is more of as a point crawl.
No, not necessarily.
Okay,
like whatever key to area like is on a map, like this room, and we'll go to the next room. We're going to the hallway, so like that kind of thing.
But it sounds like you're treating the areas as discrete chunks, like rather than saying like I move 30 feet down this corridor. Okay, there's 70 feet to the north, there's 80 feet to the west, there's 30 feet to the north or east, and it ends in a door. Like you're not. It sounds like you're not talking about like discretely traveling 10 feet at a time. Yes. So it is like I think specifically trying to avoid the like I need to map this dungeon out in order to know. So like I would call that a point crawl, but
okay. But then yes,
because it sounds like you're moving from like one area, one major encounter area to the next decision point, right? And you're not really like as focused about like, is it 40 feet away or is it 80 feet away? And you're not worried about how many feet, like in BX D&D, you could only move, a human's base rate was 12, which meant 120 feet. But if you were wearing armor somehow, it was slower to like 90 or 60, but that's in 10 minutes. So you could move 60 feet in 10 minutes.
Yeah, and that makes sense if you're being careful. So like,
right, you're being extremely careful.
I'm not worried if it's like 59 feet or 60 feet, but if it's like 30 feet versus 100 feet, like maybe like 100 feet takes like two of these dungeon turns. So like, I haven't got that granular yet, and so I'm more thinking of like the system rather than like the granular specifics. So if there is a room that happens to be like 2 or 3 times as big as like another area of this thing, then like it might take 2 or 3 movements to traverse that whole room. So it's a little bit more squishy than like we're counting a bunch of things or
right. I guess what I'm trying to say is it feels more like zone-based combat than 5-foot grid. Is that fair?
Yes.
But again, I think this is actually completely fine. And again, the idea here is that everyone has to agree or split the party. Makes total sense. And again, you can carefully traverse a small area, or you can quickly traverse a large unexplored area. If that's the case, it's 2 rooms, but you decrement the dice by 1 step. And this has to do with the danger level of the game, right? Of the area.
Yeah. So if you roll a 1, you get an encounter. So normally rolling 2d6, but if you decrement it, you'll roll 2d4. So like your 25% chance to have something bad happen.
So one of the things that I think you could play around with, which I think is a lot of fun, and something that I've kind of played around with over the years, is sort of, again, it's a way of tying the mechanics into the fiction, is you have like 2 dice. One might represent the inherent danger of an area, right? And another dice represents maybe the party's preparedness or lack of preparedness.
You're going to love what's coming up.
Okay, great. Because then what you could do is, like, as the environment changes or as the players take action, you can physically swap those dice out. And like, again, you're like, you keep them like in a dice tray, like in front of the GM screen, right? So players can see like, oh, okay, like, oh, cool. Like we're being really cautious. So our die is now a D10. But this is a very dangerous area. So the other die is a D4. Like
that's exactly like that's the exact kind of thing that I'm doing. Yeah.
Cool. I love it. That I love. Okay. Keep watch. Listen carefully. Requires light in a dark dungeon. Fair enough. To watch or quiet to listen. Hints at what's coming. If combat starts this round, the party can't be surprised. +2 initiative or +1 action on the first round of combat. Lay low. Group stealth check to hide from wandering monitor. Okay. So, here's the problem with keeping watch. This is a Derek problem. I don't have a really good solution for it. It's always very boring. I don't, it's like, because it's like, I was like, who's going to keep watch, and like, nobody gets to like do anything cool. Like you're just like standing around. I'm always like,
what if it's this?
Yeah.
No, so what if it's this? So like in Nimble, like when you roll initiative, you can start 1, 2, or 3 actions, right?
Yeah.
So if you're keeping watch, you just automatically start with 3 actions. So like
Mm.
once the dungeon turn comes, like you are guaranteed you just get a natural 20 on initiative because
Okay.
you are
Okay.
watching your so
So that's
or
what the
like
+1 action
you,
means. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, so like that kind of thing, so that you specifically, so like the party gets a benefit because the party can't be surprised, but you specifically are keeping watch.
Okay.
You get this big bonus.
Okay. Yeah, I like that. I actually like that a lot then.
Yeah.
I also like, it's a minor thing. I don't know if there's some way to sort of do this. I like the idea that the person who's keeping watch might be the person who rolls the dice for the dungeon turn.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Right? Like it kind of feels like you're the one responsible, right? And
Yeah.
so like if you roll badly and there's an encounter, it's because of you.
What
you know?
did you do? Or like whoever's
Yeah.
making the most noise has to roll. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. So that's just it's something a little a little bit interesting there. But generally speaking, I think I sort of like this now. So I think the other thing about it is this idea that if someone's keeping watch, it puts it into the player choice. Because what I like is that if someone's keeping watch, like you said, like it kind of puts the players into the driver's seat. So if no one's keeping watch, it's almost more like, you, the GM or whatever, deciding. The monsters attack you. The monsters come in and say, hey, how you going? What's going on? But if someone's keeping watch and, there's some sort of check involved, then you get to make a choice, right? Which is like, do we ambush them? Do we, try to sneak away? Do we try to hide? And I like the idea.
You hear the monsters coming. Do you lay low? Do you do this? Yeah.
Yeah, because I think what people don't like about random encounters is the removal of agency.
Yeah, it's thrust upon you.
It's just something that happens to you and you can't do anything about it. And I really like this idea of I'm trying to think of what game does this. One of the games we looked at. I don't know. It's not the One Ring, but for some odd reason I think it's the One Ring, but it's not the One Ring. But it's basically like if you make the check, you kind of get to decide what you're going to do and like how you're going to.
Yes.
So like, for example, when you play Torchbearer, like the players get to choose what kind of conflict happens if they're the ones that if they have the advantage in a conflict. So like if monsters appear, they might choose the conflict. They might choose the flee conflict, or they might choose the hide conflict. So they kind of get the ones that decide to see like, how do we want to, react? How do we want to take an action here? Maybe we do want to fight. Fighting's fun, and we can kill this monster, this threat or whatever. What do we think we're better at? So I do like this. I think this is a good idea from that perspective.
And it incentivizes, like, and it's not even a bad thing for like 2 of the 4 in the party to keep watch, because like we'll both get it. I think that's kind of cool for people to be incentivized to, like, maybe nobody watches, maybe we're all searching, maybe we're all watching. I don't know.
How you say group stealth check? So how do group checks work in Nimble? Right, because
Just
I was just saying, statistically,
everybody
if you ask for everybody to make a check roll, like the chances of succeeding are like near 0.
So I think it would be that, like, so that this is like the rules that I have so far are like way up here, 30,000 foot. So like we're sort of talking about more granular things, but just an idea that we have, or that I have right now, is like whatever you rolled. So like say I rolled an 11 on my keep watch, like you can add that, whatever your roll is, to the lowest person's stealth thing. So if you're keeping watch really well and someone's like fumbling it, like you can still help them. So my role when I'm keeping watch matters, even if, like, so does that make sense? So like,
well, it does. It's just, you have to be very careful because the problem with like stealth checks is like theoretically everyone has to make it, and if everyone has to make it and you have like 4 or 5 people in your party, right? Even if people are like 80% likely to make the check, right? If you have to all pass, right? It's 80% times 80% times 80% times 80%.
No, it wouldn't be that. It would be like the majority, like half of you need to pass.
Got it. Okay.
So that if 3 of the 4 fail,
right,
then you fail.
Yeah. And I'm also okay with the idea that it might be harder for a large group to hide than a small group.
That feels okay. But I don't want to punish someone who's like just bad at saying no to his friends.
Right.
Like, we have 7 people. Like, we can never succeed on this.
Right. But that is because like group checks are really weird because if everyone needs to pass, then it's almost like you can never pass. And if anyone
it
has
would
to
not be
pass, then
that.
it's like you always pass.
No. Yeah, that would not be it. Yeah, I don't think that would be it. I think you can add your like whatever you roll on your keep watch check to someone's stealth check. I think that would help bring up the floor.
So rest obviously makes sense. This is, spending hit dice, the normal stuff. Like, do we want to take our time to recover hit points and all this other stuff? Break down the math of Nimble for me. Like, how I know D&D 5. I don't know the D&D 5e rules that well, but I've always heard this mythical idea that you're supposed to have like 8 encounters or something per day or something like that is the term that they always used. What is the thought process on Nimble? Like, how much should you be able to fight before you rest?
It depends on like the kind of encounters, and like it depends on a lot of different things, but you can't safe rest. You can't like recover all of your resources while you're out adventuring. So that's something that's in the GM's hands. Do you need more specific?
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is like, are you accidentally creating a death loop here? That's all I'm trying to figure out.
No, at least I don't think so. So
or
like
death spiral, I should say.
Yeah, so heroes don't get worse at combat the lower in hit points they get, but they do get closer to death. So like you rack up wounds, and like the more wounded you are, the closer you are to dying. But the combat, so I've been careful to avoid any kind of like death spiral. Like the worse you do, and then everybody
I guess
dies.
what I'm trying to say is, if we have a hard fight, and after the fight we're at 50% hit points, and we go into a room and everyone's like, all right, let's search this room, let's take a look at it, whatever, we'll rest later, and we roll a medium encounter. Are we toast?
No. So say you have an encounter. So hit points are pretty easy to regain within certain limits. Like you can only do it so much. But the wounds that you get, those stick around for a long time. So the fighter, say, he might have he might be back. Like, say he had someone on the Discord who's actually just using this example today from his game. He said one of his players was being a little bit too cavalier. He wasn't being careful, and he took a few wounds. Even though right after that he was able to heal back to full hit points, he still had 4 or 5 out of the 6 wounds. So because of that, he was playing a lot more carefully because he didn't want to take the last wound or 2. So he was still just as capable, but the rest of the party sort of could help fill in, and he wasn't as much of the tank in the other counters.
Remind me how you acquire a getter wound when you go to 0.
Yeah, so if you drop to 0 hit points, you gain a wound, and if you take damage while you're at 0 hit points, you can still act, but if you take damage while you're at 0 hit points, you'll take more wounds. If it's a crit, you'll take more.
But if I'm at 0 and I have a wound, I still have to use up resources to get back to full hit points.
Yeah, so after combat, you can spin your hit dice to recover hit points.
Got it.
So it's depending what level they are, they could be able they could.
I guess what I'm saying is there ever a scenario where players won't spend their hit dice to get to the highest possible hit point total that they possibly can?
They wouldn't want to overheal, so you
no,
could spend
clearly
one
not.
at a time.
So there's an axiom. Again, you didn't play during the 3rd edition era, but so the 3rd edition era had this problem where, because of the math of the magic items, you could acquire a wand of Cure Light Wounds, which had 50 charges, and it healed 1d8. It healed 1d8 plus 1 hit points. And very quickly, people figured out that you would buy dozens of these, even at high levels. And after every fight, you would heal to full. And so one of the maxioms that sort of led to Pathfinder 2's math design is they realized is that given an opportunity to do so, players will almost always choose to heal to full if they have an ability to do so. So I am assuming that after any combat, unless maybe they only lost, I don't know, 10% or something, or 20% of their hit points, players will almost always rest, right?
Yes. But it's going to take like, so after they rest, then there's going to be, you'll roll on the dungeon encounter. Maybe there'll be another encounter again. So like I took two damage, like, or 10 damage or whatever. I took some small amount of damage. We'll just keep going, right?
Okay. Right. Because by the
so
way, that's a cool point. That's a neat decision point, right? Because if the players do well in a combat, don't take a lot of damage, and now they don't have to rest, that's a cool advantage, right?
Yeah. Or if like one person took a lot of damage, everybody else can keep watch while they rest up and heal. So that the odds of them being another encounter, even if they roll one, like, all three of these guys keeping watch, so so it's a lot safer.
I'm going to suggest this, which is a little different than it's usually done. Because the problem is, if the players get beat up, they're going to want to rest. And if they rest and you roll a random encounter, that could kill them. Or at least, TPK them or give them all a bunch of wounds. Because even though their combat potential isn't reduced, I saw somebody said there's an optional rule where the number of wounds you have is a penalty to your dice rolls. But the fact is, if everybody got really beat up by a tough fight, and they're at 20% of their max hit points, and then you roll the dice and you get a hard encounter, now they're in real trouble. One of the suggestions I would give, which is a little bit different, but it's kind of more maybe in the Nimble spirit, is I would have potentially the dungeon turn check happen after the dungeon turn.
It is.
Okay, good. Okay.
It is.
Because
yeah.
traditionally it would interrupt the rest.
No,
right?
no, it's all this resolves and then it happens.
Okay. Okay. And I like that. I think that's a lot better for your game, for the vibe, for the math. Because there's a certain amount of like, even resting itself could be our death sentence, right? Because like, what if we get interrupted and we get killed, right? So, okay.
No.
Okay.
No.
Then I like that. I like that.
Okay.
That works really well for me then. And then lastly, you have the ever popular miscellaneous, right? And again, I think everything that you were talking about before, I think for searching an area kind of still applies to this, generic and specific thing. In fact, and to a certain extent, one of the things I like about, again, going back to, people talk about the 3 pillars. By the way, that never existed. That's like a 5e thing that kind of like, I don't know, bloggers and YouTubers made up. But again, going back to, people like combat. And the reason why they like combat is because it's very clear what's going on, what's on the, hey, there's an ogre here, there's an orc shaman here, and there's 2 goblin archers here, right? It's very clear, it's very distinct. And so one of the things that I like to do as a GM is I kind of treat encounters, I treat exploration the same way, right? Where I basically say like, here's this room, there's this thing, there's that area, there's this other thing. And then it's like, so what do you want to engage with? What do you want to sort of, I think of it as like, what do you want to attack, or do you want to cast a spell?
Yeah.
Like you're kind of asking the same basic question. And so like, this idea of like searching the area, it's almost kind of like you said, when you enter a room, the GM described the obvious main thing. It's almost like that kind of almost happens automatically, in a certain sense, right? And then like everything else becomes kind of miscellaneous, which is how do you want to interact with those main thing, right? Do you want to search it? Do you want to disarm it? Do you want to clear it? Interact with
maybe
it?
like maybe interact would be a better.
Yeah, interact might even be the better terminology, right? Because there could be a lot of different things that you're doing. And I generally speaking, I like this idea of getting GMs comfortable with, sort of treating the room kind of like a combat, right? Which is to say like, hey, here are there's the big altar, it's like, that's like the big hulking ogre covered in evil symbols, right? And you're giving them information.
It like we would just combine like search area and miscellaneous, and it would just, those 2 would just be interact.
Yeah, interact. I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think when you talk about the procedure, I think you start the same way you would with combat, right? Give them the lay of the land, like what's the terrain look like? What are the monsters? What are the threats? What are the obvious things? Because like you said, with the traps, it's like, hey, like, I want you to interact with this. I want you to be aware of what you can do. A lot of times, GMs play this weird game of like, gotcha, where it's like, well, you got to ask, like, again, GMs are very weird. And exactly, Koos. It means more information for the players to make meaningful decisions. And that's the other thing, too.
Yes.
As a GM, this is just general GM advice for everybody watching. I try to avoid red herrings like they're fucking death poison. Players you could tell the player exactly what to do and they'll still miss the information, okay? Because
Yes.
the game is already very confusing, right? As a GM, you are omnipotent and you possess all this knowledge, and you're not an author, and you're coming up with this stuff off the top of your head, and your players are viewing your world through this extremely tiny little window. Like, you could seriously just tell them, like, this guy's the killer. And people will be like, I don't know, hey, who's the killer? You know, like, I don't know.
If he really was a killer, would he say that?
Yeah, would he say that? So yeah, it's don't as much as possible. Don't try to use red herrings. Boyko, you are 100% correct. This all comes from Gary Gygax. He was a big fan of gotchas. He really wanted to sort of test. He wanted to like make the players have to like earn it. You know, like they have to be good enough to win. He really wanted to lean into like the idea of D&D as a competition, right? That you had to be good enough to win it, you know, like you had to earn your victory. And while I do think there's something amount of fun that comes with, you know, earning your victory, I suppose, in a game of D&D, I think generally speaking, we've moved past this. Again, you're not as deeply ingrained in the dungeon lore. So like one of the classics of Gary Gygax was that each level, as you went deeper, got more dangerous. I saw that in your dungeon term rule, right? You subtract 1 from the sum for each level, which meant that the lower levels were more dangerous. Well, in classic D&D, right, the encounter table, you know, it'd be like level 1 has CR1 and CR2 monsters. Level 2 of the dungeon has CR3 and CR4 monsters, right? And so you're level 1 and you're wandering level 1 of the dungeon. Well, Gary Gygax would create corridors that were very slightly sloped down, so you didn't. So you didn't know that you were actually now on level 2 of the dungeon, and that the random encounters were going to be like CR4s, even though you're a level 1 party, and you didn't know that.
Carry ball bearings to make sure the floor is.
Yes, no, that is legit. You know, props to Evan. He figured that out.
That was me putting on my stupid rules lawyer hat.
But before you know, here's the thing. If you look back at old D&D things, people go, why the fuck is this stuff in here? If you look at dwarves for like the first, like, I don't know, they still might even have this in 5th edition. Dwarves had this ability to instinctively know how deep they were underground. And the reason they had that ability is so that the GM couldn't get you.
Gary.
Yeah, so the GM couldn't get you. You'd be like, oh, I'm a dwarf. You know, but there was also this sort of pride that came with the game of being like, any vet would tell you, you just roll some ball bearings down every corridor you enter. That'll tell you the truth of it. And like,
are you serious?
Yes, they prided themselves as this sort of like, you know, like insider knowledge, right? Of
I mean, it's kind of cool, like
how to get good, you know, at the game.
Yeah, that is kind of cool.
So, you know, there was this idea that you could be good at D&D, right? Like you could be a superior player, right? Like you could, you know, be like, oh man, this is going to be a really tough dungeon. We should get Evan. You know, he knows his way. I was like, wait, you mean like you mean his PC? No, I mean Evan, like the player, the person. He's good at the game. So
he always has ball bearings and a grappling hook.
Yeah. Like, you know, like the first time like somebody goes, oh, we'll listen to the door. And Evan goes, wait, don't listen to the door. That could have ear seekers in it. What the fuck's an ear seeker? They're carnivorous worms that live in the wood and burrow out into your brain when you put your ear up to it. That's why I always go into a dungeon with a metal funnel. That way I can listen to it on my ear and I could put the funnel against the door. Yes, this is literally items and equipment that all of the stuff that's in 5e D&D is there because of all this original stuff and stuff. And of course, obviously, nobody in 5e remotely plays any way like this at all whatsoever.
That's so funny. Like, it sounds fun, like to do once.
Yeah, and that's the deal. It is fun to do once. Like for everybody that like pats themselves on the back for like bringing the ball bearings or a 10-foot pole, like that's cool. But then once you figured that out, now
the second time is not fun.
Right. And so then what Gary would do is he would be like, the trap is 11 feet away. Right. Because like his whole
it's
idea
just an arms race of being
race.
A jerk.
Exactly.
It's
an arms race of being a jerk. Right. And that culminated in S1. Okay, and S1 is the module Tome of Horrors, right? Which is where Gary basically said, "Oh, you guys think you're so good? Well, here is my Uber Death Trap, completely unfair dungeon. Let's see how you do against that." But what Gary was really turning D&D into was essentially was like an escape room, right? Like a really unfair, punishing escape room.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
But anyways, so dungeon turns 2d6. On a 1 of the primary die, you get a monster encounter. Okay, so right, that means like the one to the left, right? Like the first,
Right.
right.
So it's similar to what you were saying, but
yes.
So it's not a bell curve.
Yeah.
So it's still just a flat 1 in 6 chance, but the sum of the dice is what determines the difficulty of, or what kind of encounter, I guess.
Okay. Now, this is just Derek speaking. One of the things that I think is now, and this is a great decision for you as a game designer. Does a combat mean? I mean, you call it a combat. It says on a 1 of the primary die, you get a monster encounter, and then the down of sign says combat difficulty. So does that mean that in your mind, this is a foregone conclusion that this is a combat?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm leaning toward yes. So like maybe like on a 2. So like the combat difficulty encounter. So like on a 10 plus, like maybe he's friendly. Like so if you might start a dungeon with like 4 of these dice. The leftmost one is a 1, but you add them all up, you have 12. All right, so it's friendly, or it's some other thing, but you meet some monster, and then as you go deeper, like you might like expend 1 of these dice, so like now you're more likely to get a common encounter or a harder common encounter.
So one way you could do this, and I think this also might feel thematically correct, is you could use the rightmost die as a way of determining the monster's reaction. And one of the results of this would be that if, like, let's assume that let's say the leftmost die is a 1, right? You get a monster encounter. The rightmost die could be the type of encounter it is. And what that means is that if you get a deadly encounter, let's assume that if the rightmost die is low, right, the monster is hostile. It is kind of cool. Like it kind of makes more sense that like the weedy little goblins might be like more friendly, right, than like the really cool, vicious, terrible, dragon. Although again, you do get the cool ogre, type encounter. The other option could be that maybe on a 1, you get a monster encounter that is hostile, and on a 2, you get a monster encounter that is not hostile. But that also means that you're getting encounters 33% of the time, which is a lot. Because remember, even in classic D&D BX, you only got a monster encounter every 2 dungeon turns. So
I mean, the default could just be D8 or D10, like instead of D6. So so if it's D8, you have like 2 steps you go down, and you have 2 steps you can go up.
Right.
So that might be fun.
I kind of like the idea of playing around with, there's kind of like a Dagger Heart-esque kind of like desire to sort of have like, because you're already rolling 2 dice. So like, can we do a lot of different things with 2 dice? Right.
That's what I'm trying to do. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like
so
we're
like,
already rolling 2 dice. So can we use that?
One
to our
roll,
advantage?
you get like 2 or 3 or 4 bits of information right. I like that.
Right. So I think there's something to be said. So I think that's a big decision point for you to make. I don't know that there's a wrong or right answer. What I will say is that traditionally, I find that, I think that when random encounters are just fights, it gets pretty boring pretty quick. But again, Nimble is supposed to be fight. Well, number one, it could just slow your game down, right? Because then, I mean, I play pretty fast anyways. Like in all the games that I play, like I move things along pretty quickly. But I hear a lot of people who go like, "Oh yeah, we did the dungeon." It's like, "Oh, how big is it?" It's like, "Oh, we got through 2 rooms in 3 hours," and I'm like,
that's brutal.
It's brutal. And so when you have all these, if you have random encounters, that can slow that down considerably. But the other thing is, I just think it creates more of that fun play to find out atmosphere. I think if you sort of think of your game as more than just a series of combats, you open up the game space to a lot of more interesting encounters, where the players might encounter, I don't know, an injured displacer beast, who is trying to get help, who's protecting its young
Yeah.
and, or whatever, I mean, rather than just like, they attack immediately to the death.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Okay.
anyways, let's see. What is Nin 80s? No random numbers. There's also a room. Oh, you're talking about. So no random numbers, I think, is maybe saying like if this was designed like a Gary Gygax. There's a room in the tomb where if you use a dungeon turn to search it, you just die as something falls from the ceiling. No save or anything. Do you ever do wounds directly?
Some rarely, yeah.
Okay.
So like if a giant steps on you,
Yeah.
or like Death Knights, like if they just hit you at all, you take a wound.
Cool.
So like they're like
Cool.
sucking the life out of you.
Cool. Very cool. Okay. So rolling doubles means something extra happens. Double ones, it's really, I guess, complicated.
Really bad.
Oh, really bad. Okay. Double sixes, perhaps they uncover a secret or rumor they otherwise wouldn't have known. Yeah. So I like that. I like that rule a lot. It also, it kind of ironically means like you get more. I don't know if it's an advantage or not, but like, I mean, you say double sixes, but like you're more likely to roll like double fours or whatever, like when you have, you know what I mean? Like if you have like lower dice,
Yeah.
but you're also more likely to roll double ones, like,
Yeah.
So that's kind of cool. I do like that. All right. So here's this adventuring luck. The Dungeoneering dice could be a dice pool that could be spent to change the story, giving control over the hero to the heroes at the cost of increased danger. I think generally speaking, chat was kind of like, we don't like this. Because they don't like the kind of the quantum nature of that. I don't necessarily disagree with the idea of luck as a pool of resource. I think, that's a good way of doing it, but I don't necessarily know that I would do it in a way of like changing the story. It just doesn't necessarily feel like that's what's right for this game, but I could be wrong.
So I think it would be like there's a big acid pit trap thing and you fail the check, you fall in. Well, how about instead of me falling in, we will spend one of our luck dice. We'll spend one of these, like, so permanently making the rest of the dungeon harder to say that instead I, grab onto the edge and they pull me up, that kind of thing, rather than there is no trap. Right.
Got it.
It's like a narrow band of we can make the dungeon harder or more interesting or more challenging without worrying about the
so a couple
campaign is
questions.
over.
So a couple questions. Number one, is that really a choice? Like, is everyone ever going to go, no, I'm going to let the guy fall in the acid?
Well, that's an extreme example.
Well, sure, I'm just saying,
like for a less, like, you can either quit playing or you can spend a luck die. Yeah. So yeah,
Right.
that's obviously not a choice. But like
right.
for something where like you can either take 2d20 worth of damage,
right,
or you can say you didn't fall into the spiky pit.
Yeah. So I mean, this is a resistance roll from Blades in the Dark, basically.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Are you familiar with Blades in the Dark?
I have it here somewhere, right there.
Okay.
But
So that is to say
have I
that
read it? No.
Okay. So in Blades in the Dark, what happens is the players roll, and if they don't roll a 6 on their dice pool, there's a consequence, and the GM speaks the consequence, and then the players can always choose to say, "No, I resist that consequence." And that consequence could be anything. That consequence could be like they find out your secret identity, they locate your hidden base, they shoot you in the face with a gun, your baby's mama slaps you in the face and says she's leaving you. A player can always choose to resist the consequence, and when they choose to resist the consequence, their success is guaranteed. The only question is, what is it going to cost them, and will it cost them how much stress, which is your currency as a player. And if you take too much stress as a player, you acquire a trauma, which is sort of a permanent wound in Nimble terms. Like actual permanent, like it doesn't go away. It kind of is like it sort of sets the limit. Now, the reason I bring that up is what happens if we just leave the dungeon? Do we get our adventuring luck back?
Yeah, so the luck was like an additional idea that I had that I'm not sure is going to be a thing. It was tacked on a bit. But I think the luck is like this meta currency for this dungeon.
So what I would say is I think luck should be something that the players earn. I don't necessarily know that it should be a dice pool, but it could be like a party-wide party-wide resource that sort of rewards them, as you say, for this specific environment, and sort of rewards good play and allows them to potentially not quantumly make, oh, there was never a pit trap there to begin with, but sort of give them that ability to sort of turn a failure into a success.
They're able
at
to
an extreme
jump
cost.
just a little bit further and hang on instead of falling into the thing. So
Right.
the luck is something. So the next page is like journey rules. Like on the way to the dungeon, you can by journeying well, by making good choices there, like you can build up a little bit of this resource that can help tip the scale. So like normally you might only be able to get to like level 3 of this dungeon,
Right.
but with some luck you could get to level 4.
Well,
Like
so here was my thought. Because one of the biggest problems that you're going to face with dungeons now, unless you have an existential threat, right? Like unless you have like the sword of Damocles like hanging over their heads, which is the classic go-to. The problem is that like if you go, oh, the necromancer is going to sacrifice the prince in 2 days, and then the players are like, okay, well, I guess we have 2 days to do this. But then the problem is like the party's like, well, we can't really explore. Like that's not really cool, It's not like, I always joke that like JRPGs have it so lucky. Like in Final Fantasy VII, I always remember this, like near the end of the game, and Sephiroth like kills Eris, and then spoiler it, and then he like summons a meteor, and he's going to destroy the planet. And in 3 days, meteor is going to impact the planet, and it's going to destroy everything. And then the game kind of goes like, okay, you can, go stop him. And you're like, nah, I'm going to go raise chocobos and
Side
race
quests.
them. Yeah. And you're spending years, I don't know, raising chocobos, and the game doesn't end. Like RPGs don't get that kind of advantage. So one of the things that problems with dungeons is, how do you keep people in the dungeon? So one way that you might be able to sort of figure out a way to do it is it could be that luck is something that builds up while you're in the dungeon.
Yes.
And then if you leave the dungeon, it goes back to 0 or it decays. And that way the players are going to be like, we can't leave. We have so
all this
much
luck we built up.
Yeah, and we don't want to waste it. And ironically, this is also a good thing, because the more luck you have, right, the more you're like, the problems that the dungeon is going to throw at us, we'll be able to handle because we have this luck. And it feels kind of pulpy, and it feels kind of, which I think Nimble feels a little pulpy.
Draw steals what was it, victories? Yeah, so
yes.
I like that. Like we are literally pushing your luck. Like you're relying more on your luck now than like I've got 3 hit points left, but I'm feeling lucky,
Yes.
I think that's really cool. So yeah, it is something that you can like gain as a resource as you're like interacting in cool ways with the dungeon.
Yeah. Because what I love, like my ideal situation, what do you die at? 5 wounds?
6, yeah,
6,
on the
okay.
6th.
Okay, so my ideal situation is like a player's like, I'm at 5 wounds and I have no hit dice and I have a limited bank of hit points. But somehow we have so much luck that I almost feel like I'm stronger than if the situation was reversed, right?
Yeah.
And I know that the moment this luck runs out, I'm toast, right?
Yes.
But I want to keep going. I want to keep using this. I want to keep going. And I think that's like if you could trade, I don't know. I think luck is a cool name for it,
I think it is, yeah. Like
I kind of like luck.
You're pushing your luck.
Yeah, you're pushing your luck. I don't exactly know like how else the luck its system would interact, but I think one of the classic things that you do have to resolve is how to avoid players going, okay, I go into the dungeon. All right, we had some difficulty. We lost some hit points. Oh, I spent some hit dice. I gained some wounds. All right, we turn around, we leave. All right, we rest a full. We go back. And the only 2 ways you could do that is with a stick or with a carrot, right? You could punish them for leaving, or you can
reward... all the monsters come back.
Right. Or you can reward them for continuing, right?
Yeah.
Anonymous had a tip. It says, what exact problem is luck solving? Is it a safety net against feels bad? Well, I think what we were just discussing here is that it is trying to avoid the problem where when players run low on resources or even a little bit of resources, like, okay, if you, all right, I'm trying to think of this. Okay. In order for a dungeon, in my opinion, to work, you can't have like a ticking time bomb, because the whole idea of the dungeon is the players have the ability to explore it at their will, to push their luck, to go deeper. If you tell them you have to do X by Y, then you're not really engaging the dungeon in a meaningful way. Now the dungeon is actually an annoyance. It's a hurdle because the player's like, this is so annoying. The dungeon is keeping me from my goal. So one of the key things you have to do is like remove those kind of existential threats, because then the dungeon becomes like, like for example, the third Indiana Jones movie at the end, he's trying to get the Grail and his dad gets shot and his dad is dying, right? And he has to beat the 3 challenges to get the Holy Grail so that he can go save his dad. Classic pulpy storytelling. But Indiana Jones isn't like, oh, wow, this is such a cool dungeon. I can't believe I'm exploring it. This is neat. No, he's like, my dad is dying. I have to get through these ASAP. I'm not going to be like, oh, I should go. Oh, there's a secret door. Let me go explore this. This is really interesting. No, he's like, he's up against the race of time. But if you remove that tension, then how do you prevent players from just going, hey, I got a little bit messed up. I'm going to leave and I'm going to go rest. So you want some way, whether it's a stick, a carrot, or some combination of sticks and carrots. And actually, in my Shadow Deep design streams, which will eventually come, I'm going to be talking about this at length because it's something that you really need to resolve. Now, one of the ways that you can do it is, by punishing the players a lot. But I like the idea of sort of maybe rewarding them instead.
Yeah.
So that's what it's trying to solve, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. I do like the idea of someone saying, I have 2 hit points and 5 wounds, but man, I'm feeling lucky.
Right. Now, Kuskra,
but I do like momentum.
Sorry. Let's see here. So, Self-Confessed Cynic says, so it sounds like the Derek proposal for luck is changing it to a carrot, but is it actually good for the game in the first place? I mean, assuming you consider that the core premise of a dungeon is pushing your luck, but that is a valid question, right? Which is like, what are we trying to accomplish with this? In my opinion, what I'm trying to accomplish is, like, if there's no penalty for leaving, we would never get to 5 wounds. I might not even get to 2 wounds. I might take a wound in a fight, use all my hit dice, heal to full, and then be like, guys, why don't we just go back to town? I have 1 wound. Why wouldn't I just go back to town?
That's what my 5e players did all the time. They would wipe a room. All right, everybody, nap time.
Yep.
And then they go to the next room.
Why wouldn't we just go to the... So, for example, I took a very heavy-handed approach. Now, it is very gamist, but it worked. When I played Pathfinder 1, I did a mega dungeon. And the way it worked is, as you fought more encounters, you got more XP. Not like the same amount of XP. You got like bonus XP.
Double, yeah.
Double, and eventually triple, and eventually quadruple. Okay?
Yeah.
My group of players once went 7 sessions without taking a long rest. Okay? Yeah. Like, I'm talking about like 25 encounters. Like, by the end, they were like, like scraping healing potions off the walls, like, like trying to, like, anything they could do to keep going, Well, no, it's not quite similar to Draw Steel Victories, because the problem with Draw Steel Victories is they aren't exponential, right? Draw Steel Victories just go up as you fight more and more encounters. Like, it's just a linear growth. I'm talking about growth that is non-linear, right?
And I like the idea of, like,
by
gaining
the way,
them.
Not a drummer, but Not a Drummer was one of my players in that campaign. He's like wizard shooting crossbow type level of thing, right? Like, where like the wizard is like completely out of spells. They can't even cast, like, they're just loading a crossbow and shooting it, right? Anything but going back to town, because then the players are like, guys, we are at 5x bonus, like we cannot leave this dungeon. We cannot leave this dungeon, Like, think of the returns. Like, we would be crazy. And like, dude, we have no spells. We have no. You want to talk about linear fighters and quadratic wizards? Do that. The wizards will be out of spell slots and like after like 2 or 3 encounters, and everyone's like, cool. We're just getting started. Yeah. But anyways, now, Generalin has a great question. How would you do this in a game where you aren't rewarded for getting into combats? Nimble has quantum milestones for leveling up. So that is a great example. So what is the encouragement? What is the reward for pushing deeper? How do you, we know what the dungeon's doing. Why are the players interested in exploring it.
I mean, like the milestone could be on level 5.
Yes.
When you hit level 5, you level up.
That is, that's exactly what I would suggest.
Yeah, and something that I cut out of this was like there are loot tables, and for each level of the dungeon you get to roll higher and higher on that loot table, right? You roll 2d20 instead of 1, and you add them up, and like you get the cooler stuff. Like it's not hard to incentivize proper play. It's hard. It's harder to like disincentivize unfun play patterns or like accidentally make the optimal thing unfun.
Yes. Edward says, Derek has been so missed. Absolutely loving your approach to reviewing the intent behind these rules. I don't know how long this stream was planned for, but I do not want it to end. And by the way, thank you, Edward. I've been missed too. I love having these conversations. By the way, I think Evan has such an incredibly, for a guy who, quote, I only played 5e, he has such a great intuitive sense for something that I think a lot of designers miss, which is what kind of play experience do my rules create? And I think that's like I think that's even maybe like your guiding light, right? Like that's your foundational principle. Like what is this going to actually feel like when we play the game? And I think that
it has to be rad.
Yeah. So I think that's really, really, really good. But given your game and given how awesome your mechanics are, I think Vin knocked that out of the fucking park. Put the milestones as beating the boss of each floor. I think that's totally up Nimble's alley, because by the way, I would even put it to that point. Like if you're level 1 and you beat the boss on level 3, I think you should be level 3 now. That's just that's my personal take, by the way. But I definitely think that it's like you could even do it as simple as when the players get to level 2, they become level 2. Obviously, that encourages exploration, right? Like imagine being level 2 and you find the stairs to level 4. Great. You're now level 4. Like if you go down to level 4, you might want to do something more. So it's not just like, oh, you found it. Now you're immediately level 4. But, if you're willing to go down there and do that. But I also think, look, this is not this, right? This is Nimble. We do have more. This game has literally a 1-page combat rule. No classes have any functions, powers, or abilities. If you're playing Nimble, I've seen the classes. They have cool fucking abilities. A lot of them are for combat. You want to do stuff in combat, right?
Yeah.
So ultimately, I think that leaning into that to a certain extent is not a bad thing. So, I think that
the combat is like is kind of the reward.
Yeah.
Also, like playing it is playing the game. Like playing the game is the fun part. Like
right now,
why should I play this game?
Correct. Now, granted, you do have to be careful that you don't incentivize weird, wonky, behaviors and all that other stuff. But I'm just saying, like, fundamentally, I don't hate any of those ideas, whether it's just you level up when you get to the next level or there's, key levels or whatever like that. Like, right. Like Self-Confessed Cynic says, so what does Evan or Nimble want dungeons to feel like? Like it's not going for Shadow Dark vibes. And I definitely get the feeling of that as well. But
it definitely could.
Okay.
Nimble is the framework. So like if you wanted a super gritty Shadow Dark kind of game, like you have 1 wound instead of 6. And like all of a sudden it's gritty.
Yeah.
Like
okay.
You don't need to make any other changes. If your players just want to sort of like, dork around and like, chill and stuff, like instead of having a medium encounter, you just shift it down. It's like medium is easy now. And like now it's easy.
What a fun way. Imagine a level, right? Where like, and again, this is something that players ideally probably can interact with. Like maybe there's a level where there's like some altar in the center of the level. It's not even maybe where the boss monster is. Like maybe the boss monster is on a different part of the level, but there's an altar in the center of the room or the center of the level. And it like emanates this field of undead and it's like filled with zombies and skeletons. And if the players can fight their way through it and like, destroy the altar or break its curse. But while that altar is in effect, like you die at wounded 3 on this level, like instead of wounded 6, like that kind of stuff where you can interact with the fiction and the mechanics is really cool. I will say, I completely agree with Magic of Asura, which is whatever you choose for the milestones, communicate that to your players, right? The players should know going into the dungeon, hey, if I do this, we'll get to the next level. If we do this, we'll get to the next level. I think that's really, really cool,
If you don't tell them, then it's not a choice.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, well, why are we even here?
Right, exactly. So, and I think that's completely reasonable. But yeah, Yes, and self-confessing success. Nimble sounds like it's broad enough to support different play experiences. And I think you're right. I think dying with one wound is a very different feel than dying with, 6 wounds, So any case, no, I don't think you want to do that either. I was just thinking like you might have to like accumulate a certain amount of luck and then spend it to level up, but like I don't know. But in any case, but then that creates this weird tension between like we don't want to spend our luck versus we want to do it anyways.
Yeah, I don't want to punish someone for spinning it.
Right.
At least not like that.
Right. At least not like that. Okay. So we've got some GM guidance here. Right. So, pretty normal stuff here. If allies are being noisy, you can't use hearing. If it's dark, you're going to need light, yada, yada, yada. Now, you default to the hero's rolling. Now, we talked about the secret information here, and we talked about as related to the interact, but I do agree that defaulting to the hero's rolling is very cool and very powerful. Because there's a lot of fun stuff that you can even do. I like in my campaigns, again, I was shocked to learn this from my Patreon audience and YouTube audience. Like in my game group, we have always rolled randomly on loot tables, and so many players are like, I've never rolled on a loot table in my life as a GM or a player. And I'm like, what? We always did random
You're missing
treasure.
out. Yeah.
I know, it's so fun, but I love the idea. I always let my players roll, on the treasure table, because I want them to be like, oh, cool, I rolled a 90 or I rolled a 20. I can't wait to see what I get,
I got an umbrella made out of spiders. Okay.
Once per encounter abilities can be used outside of combat only once per hour. The adrenaline and thrill of combat may permit them to refresh sooner. So I think, which game does this? Is it Draw Steel? I think Draw Steel lets you use your abilities like once outside of a fight or something like that.
This is something I'm not sure about. So like a lot of these things is just like, I'll just stream of consciousness, write a lot of notes. And
I mean, potential. I mean, I don't know what the encounter abilities do. I mean, like you don't want to create degenerate situations. I mean, you already do have a penalty, right? Because there's this weird tension, right, between how long is an encounter versus like how long is an hour. Because again, Draw Steel does the same thing, right? Draw Steel basically says, if you do something outside of combat, you get to do it once, but then you can't use it again for whatever, some period of time. Now Magic said, how do you get luck again? Undecided. Doing cool shit in the dungeon. I mean, that's a great. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can do that. I mean, honestly, Magic of Asura, the answer is depending on what luck does and how you want it to structure. Anything that you want to encourage is what luck generates.
Right.
Discovering secret doors, finding treasure, learning stuff about the dungeon, encountering a new room. All of these things could be, things that generate luck. At the, beating an encounter, fighting monsters, or hell, dealing with a monster encounter, whether you, sort of deal with them this way, or again, it's just a way to encourage them. But rather than being tied directly to advancement, like a la experience points, it's more of a meta currency that you're sort of awarding. Anonymous with a $2 tip. I think the balance between lower resources and higher momentum / luck. There's some people in chat who think it should be called momentum, by the way.
I do like that.
I don't mind that either. There's other games that use the term momentum, and I don't mind it at all.
I love the idea of a hero saying like, I'm feeling lucky.
Yeah. So I kind of lean towards the luck myself as well, but I think a case could be made for that. But they said it's a great, so the balance between having lower resources but building up your momentum or luck is a great tension between risk and reward that elegantly self-balances. Worth pursuing IMO as a core rule, given that it doesn't change the current version of the luck math at all. Right. I also love the right of saying literally, right, your luck is running out. Like you can literally quantitatively look at your luck pile and say, we are running out of luck,
Yeah.
It's also potentially a fun way that you could have other classes interact with that luck mechanic.
Yeah, I do like that. I don't know about making it a core mechanic, maybe as like an optional rule. It could be, but yeah, I like them being able to see like how dangerous it is here. Like they're rolling D4s and they only have like 1 luck left. Like we got to turn around.
Right. Or right? You push
Or-
forward, right? Because you're like,
Yeah.
maybe as a, you tell them like, this is where the great treasure is supposed to be rumored to be had. And you're
Yeah.
like,
But they know
"Oh."
how dangerous it is, and it's not just the next room.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm a big fan of that. I mean, in terms of how you would communicate that, Junderlin, I mean, number one, there is the idea of dramatic irony, right? Where, the players know that there's a secret door there, but the characters don't.
Mhm.
But if you want to be more subtle about it, right? Like I remember I used to play these old RPGs, computer RPGs in the 90s, games like Clouds of Xene and Eye of the Beholder. And on your UI, there were these little creatures. And in that game, in order to find a secret door, you actually literally had to click on the right stone or pixel on the screen, which is why it's called pixel bitching. But like when you would get near a secret door, like the one creature would start going like, so it was like this like meta game of, okay, I don't have to literally click on every single thing in the game, but when the little creature on my screen starts going, it's like, oh, you get a sense, right? You detect you have a sixth sense. You detect a slight shift of wind. You hear a strange sound. You smell a strange sound, right? Anything that sort of brings you in, into the scene. And yeah, Hitchcock is great at building up tension. Is it realistic?
Yeah.
No, but it's a great tension when the players know about the audience knows about the bomb under the table, but the characters don't.
I was just thinking about that. The bomb in the back of the car. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay. So overall, I think there's definitely a cool element here. I guess the real question is like, this luck resource. Does Nimble have a meta currency currently? Is luck part of the game?
No.
Okay.
No. Yeah.
Because-
It's integrated somewhat with the next page with journey like traveling and stuff.
Okay.
So it could be like it very easily could be at least for certain scenes or for certain sessions or whatever. But
because here is what I'm envisioning as an ideal play pattern in my mind. I don't know how you get to this, and I could be completely off base, so feel free to tell me no, I'm wrong. I'm envisioning a encounter. Now, one of the advantages of D&D is that you could be at 1 hit point and you're just as effective as if you were at 100 hit points, right? Like mechanically. So you have 1 hit point and 5 wounds, and your character is just as powerful as if you had 0 wounds and all your hit points. Is that safe to say? I love the idea of a character of a creature or an encounter or probably a creature that is like too difficult for us to fight. But if we have this luck resource, we can now defeat that monster. But to get that luck resource, we have to engage with the dungeon and explore it and do stuff. And while we're doing that, we're losing hit points, we're losing hit dice, we're gaining wounds. Such that by the time we actually go to fight said monster, we are very low on hit dice or resources. We are very high on wounds, but we have a lot of this luck. And if we keep leaving the dungeon, our luck is going to keep going down. And so, yes, we will recover our hit dice and we'll recover our wounds, but we will never be able to beat this encounter or this monster, even if we have all of our wounds and hit dice, because that's not the limiting factor. The limiting factor is like we need enough luck to be able to defeat that. Because that play pattern would sort of basically say the meta is explore the dungeon, get in trouble, acquire luck, don't leave the dungeon, keep going deeper, build up more luck, and then when your character's kind of like beat up, Captain America, shield is broken and he's at his lowest hit points, is paradoxically when you're at your strongest.
Yeah. Do cool adventurer stuff and be rewarded.
Correct. There is a similarity, Animazemon, to Year Zero, right? Where the more you push your luck, the more willpower you get, the more of your cool abilities that you're going to use. But yes.
Maybe the luck could be tied to their wounds. Like the closer they are to death.
We could come up with a lot of ways to encourage people to gain luck. One of the ways might be you just get luck when you take a wound.
Yeah.
And or maybe even like if your first wound you get 1 luck, your second wound you get 1 luck, your third wound you get 2 luck, your fourth wound you get 2 luck, your fifth wound you get 3 luck, and it kind of makes the players feel better. I'm stabbing myself before the boss. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for that kind of stuff.
Right. Yeah, GM Scott says it's like Sentinel Comics, where your more powerful abilities don't even become available until you get beat up a little bit, right? Which is more of a superhero game.
Yeah.
Well, to be clear, I don't think Garborth. I don't know that I would have it as a literally just do cool shit type thing. I think it should be a list of discrete events that are things that you want to encourage. But again, I don't know what that looks like. It could be some sort of die. It could be some sort of point system. I don't know the Nimble system well enough to know it. I'm just trying to think of one of the core issues that you get with dungeon exploration is how do you keep people from just going into the dungeon and turning around and leaving? That is the number one thing that you need to solve. Because if there's not an existential threat hanging over their head, there is no reason for them to stay in the dungeon longer than is absolutely necessary, because that monster will be there tomorrow and they can fight it tomorrow at full hit points and no wounds. So that is an issue that you do need to solve. All Dungeoneering rules solve this. And if Dungeoneering rules don't solve this, I promise you, it's only because everybody is sort of like agreeing to play with blinders on. And that's not usually a good place to be, right? Where it's like, hey, we all agree this is stupid. We all agree we should go turn around and go home. But we're going to keep playing because
Derek prepped this dungeon. Let's go ahead and keep playing.
Right. Derek prepped the dungeon, and it would be lame if we just, get around.
I mean, there could be like achievements sort of thing. Like, you interpose for a dying ally, you get a luck. You get through an encounter taking no damage. Like it's not hard to come up with ways to.
Right. It's all anything that you want to encourage, incentivize, or reward is basically what it comes down to. And Single Bean says, I've been running Abomination Vaults. So Abomination Vaults is a 10-level large-scale dungeon for Pathfinder 2. And he says, I have this problem, right? Where, the town is literally, I think, a 15-minute walk or something from the dungeon. And so you go down to the dungeon, you get beat up, you lose a bunch of hit points, you cast a bunch of your spell slots, and then you go, okay, I turn around, I leave. I go back to the town, I sleep, I get all my spells back, I get all my hit dice back, I get all my whatever back. You don't have hit dice in Pathfinder 2, but you get everything back, and we're at full, and we have no consequences, and we turn around tomorrow. Spending luck on the loot rolls could be a solid carrot as well. That's pretty cool. Yeah, very cool. And yes, there is a meta game to this. The meta game is, okay, so what we should do is we should explore the dungeon a bunch. And that way we'll get a bunch of luck. And that way when we encounter treasure, we can spend it to get a good treasure roll. And I'm like, yes, that sounds amazing. That sounds exactly like what we want to try to do. Yeah, there you go. Okay. I was a little off. No random number says the town is 30 minutes away in Abomination Vaults. We're currently playing Abomination Vaults as well, but we almost always want to overextend every day since the day is so young. But you're just doing that because it feels lame. There's no real reason that you're doing it other than you acknowledge that it's kind of lame to just fight one thing or two things and then turn around and go home. But realistically, you should be doing that.
Yeah, it should not be the GM's job to say no, you can't leave.
Right.
For whatever lame reason. It should be we want to stay and do the fun thing.
Right. I would rather you feel wow, but if we stay a little bit longer, we're going to get even more. We're going to get even more. We're going to get even more. Yeah, but we're running out of hit dice and I already have a couple wounds. I know, but think of the potential benefits, right? If we just go a little bit deeper,
Yeah.
And I think that's a really cool style of play. And ultimately, to me, what dungeons best represent is this idea of pushing your luck. Because in the very best of dungeons, I'm in my designs, I always try to give the players really quick access to deeper levels. And I basically tell them, hey, if you want to go down to level 2 or level 3, you can. If you want to fight those harder fights, then you are welcome to do so. If you want to find those awesome treasures down on level 3, you are welcome to do so if you're willing to take the risk. And so I always try to do that.
How do you solve for this in your games then? Like what stops people when you're playing dungeons to say?
So historically, I have used a combination of very gamist tropes. Like again, the one is literally you get some sort of escalating experience point bonus, like plus 10% to all XP earned, plus 20%, plus 30%, plus 40%. Another option that I will use is I will allow, I use this one a lot, and I'll probably use this one when I design Shadow Deep, is I use sunk cost benefits. So there's two ways that I do this. One will be the players might discover a shrine in the dungeon, and the shrine grants them a bonus. Okay, we'll make it really bonus. They get plus 5 damage, plus 5 bonus to damage. It lasts until they take a long rest. And so players go, wait, we're all at plus 5 damage? And I go, yep. And they're like, for how long? Forever. Until you take a long rest. If you don't long rest for the next 27 years, you have a plus 5 damage bonus for 27 years. And then the players go, well, we're definitely not going to take a long rest then. That's huge. And it's like, well, when does that shrine reset? And I go, in a year and a day. And they go, okay, so that's a problem. All right, yeah, very Diablo 2. The other way is to allow players in town. There might be like a mage's guild or a cleric, priest temple. And for treasure, for the cost of treasure, the players can get a buff that is applied to them. And how long does the buff last? You guessed it, until they rest. And so the players are like, well, we paid so much for this defensive shield buff. I don't want it to run out. And by the way, that's completely inspired by when I was a kid. When I was young, I guess I was like 19. But I used to play EverQuest, and EverQuest was an MMO. And in EverQuest, the games MMOs were different back then, and you could like go to a place where there was a lot of high level characters, and you could pay them money to cast really high level buffs on you. Okay, and they might cast a really high level buff on you, and it's like it lasts for 3.5 hours, and it's like doubling my character's hit points. And I'm like, okay, I gotta go. Like, I gotta make this, I gotta squeeze every value out of this because I used a big chunk of my money to get this buff. If I just go into the dungeon, cast a couple spells, and then take a wound and then turn around and go home and rest, sure, I get back my spells. Sure, I get back my wounds, but I also lose that buff. And I just spent, 25% of my character's gold to get that buff. No, I paid for this. I'm going to get the most out of it that I can. And the players don't have to. They could turn around and go home at any time. So it doesn't like trap them, which, can also be a problem because then you've removed the choice. I love giving them, you can leave. You can leave at any time you want. Anytime you want. And all those buffs, all those juicy buffs go away. So that's typically what I've done there.
What do you think about something like this? So like, what if there was a price to enter the dungeon? Like whether it's like, it's a magical dungeon, you have to pay the Mages Guild to teleport into it.
Yep. That is, that is more of a stick, right? You're not rewarding them, you're punishing them, right?
Well, so like, what if there's like, it's a double-edged sword. So like, or like another price, to enter this dungeon, this mystical magical dungeon, you have to permanently give up half of your hit dice. The deeper you delve, the more of them you can get.
Yeah. I mean, that is using I don't think there's anything wrong, by the way. Not everything has to be carrots. Some things could be sticks. And I think that is totally reasonable. I mean, I think that you're right. Exactly. Vin said it well. He said nothing wrong with sticks if they feel fair. And if they're not a gotcha, and if the players opt into it and they're sort of engaging with this, and if they think that the price is worth it. But I think any of those things are really good ideas.
What is like,
Vin said, by the way, not going to lie, I just cheat. I usually find a way to just trap them inside. Right. And, that's convenient one time, and then it doesn't, But, you make it too hard or too painful to leave or impossible without going forward. And so, again, I like giving people the rope to hang themselves with, I think that the coolest choices is where the players could go, we could leave at any time, but we have acquired these buffs. We've used these items. We've enacted these powerful benefits, and we don't want to leave. It's the same thing. Like a lot of times I did this in 3rd edition D&D. A lot of my buffs would last essentially. I avoided buffs that lasted like a minute. I wanted my buff spells to last all day and have them like a from a potion. because that way it's like, hey, I drank this potion and my strength is increased for the entire day. And now I don't want to rest because I just spent the money on that potion and I'm getting the benefit from it. And yeah, like I don't want to go away. And you're right. Design is all about communication. See the WoW Rested XP story. Do you know the WoW Rested XP story?
Mm-mm.
So
Mm-mm.
World of Warcraft, right? When they originally created the game, they said it was for your benefit. But
Oh,
really,
yeah.
It dropped from 100% to 50% XP, and people are like, this sucks. And so they changed it to, oh, no, you're gaining. You're at 200% XP. And then when you're not rested, it drops back down to 100%. And people are like, this is great. You know, like this works completely well. Goose Krat says, so every dungeon has a fee. I bet only 1 or 2 groups will read this, not understand that this is a major important mechanic, and then just end up ignoring that rule. Listen, if everyone's having fun, I guess it's okay. But
what if it's like the Aladdin kind of situation? Like you can leave anytime you want, but if you leave, you can never come back.
Right. I mean, that is a very hard. I mean, if you design the dungeon in such a way that it doesn't feel like it's impossible to go through, that could be a very thing. Another way, maybe less heavy-handed, is 3 times. You get to go in 3 times, right? To give them a little bit. 3 strikes, you're out. We did have a $5 tip from Edward. Said, so how can Nimble heroic deed achievement to acquire luck? Jokingly, I assume you know. I don't know if you watch our heroic deed first look. So heroic deed is a game by Garblag Games where basically all of your abilities are gained diegetically by performing an action in the game, and then like once you do it, you get that power. Like if you want to get like the charge power, like when you enter into combat, like when you enter into combat against multiple foes, you mark a checkbox. Once you've done that 3 times, you get the charge power. Yeah. So he's joking. Like how do we create the deeds that basically say, here's what you do to get luck? But seriously, that game has some really neat dungeoneering and journey rules. It's too much for Nimble, but it's neat stuff. Sorry, this is late. I didn't want to interrupt. It's fine, Edward. No, it's really good stuff, and they've got some really good rules there. The problem with self-destructing dungeons, Derek Rawlings, is we get back to the time pressure. That's the one thing I think you want to avoid. Like you do want to make sure that, otherwise you run into like the Quest for the Frozen Flames situation, right? Quest for the Frozen Flames was supposed to be a hex crawl, but you're also like fleeing with your tribes against an existential threat of an army that's trying to destroy you. It's like who is exploring the space and being like, oh, we should take some time to look under every nook and cranny and when death is coming for us, right? And so you need to be very careful. I think dungeons are at their most fun when the players feel like we can explore it at our own leisure, just realize that there's costs and consequences for it as well.
Yeah.
By the way, GM Scott did say, I've already been thinking about nimble deeds. So people are already thinking about how do we combine those 2 games. KLC folks will never change as well. Good night, Sam as well. Yeah. So anyways, I think that's all really cool stuff. So you said the journey rules kind of tie into this as well, Evan?
Yeah, a little bit. It's a lot more brief. If you have time to look at them real quick.
I'm unemployed.
Yeah,
I have nothing to do.
I'd like to get your thoughts on it since you were doing the big Lord of the Rings journey stuff.
Yeah. So again, journeys. So for those of you who didn't watch our Lord of the Ring, or not even Lord of the Rings, but just our thing about journeying, really it's about travel, journeys, and exploration. So journeys are where you know where you're going. You just might not know necessarily how to get there. So that's how I define it. It's a meaningless definition, but and the One Ring does this really well because it basically says, hey, look, rather than do it day by day, hex by hex by hex, let's just break it up into a series of vignettes, make a couple of interesting choices along the way that have a mechanical influence on the game, and then get there. So Journey's getting there. A simple framework where interesting choices can be made, everyone can roll dice, and interesting consequences and stories follow. A simple system to narrate what happens along the way. Beat the GM's roll and start the dungeon with more luck dice, hit dice, or other boons. Roll poorly and start with fewer luck dice, hit dice, or banes. So the GM on a safe journey, they roll d20, the GM rolls with advantage, the GM rolls with double advantage. Each person decides what their job is while traveling. Heroes and GM each roll. Heroes may add a relevant skill. No heroes can repeat a skill. Any number of heroes can select the same job. Take the highest of all rolls. So this is basically setting the DC. Is that what this is doing? This safe, risky, perilous D20 roll?
Right. Yeah.
So if someone wants to be the navigator, if they fail, you might lose a luck dice. If you succeed, you might start with a luck dice. The sentry might, again, you narrate the skirmish rather than having an actual, full fight, which I love. I love that. And just be like, hey, you start with less hit dice, or even you start with a wound or something like that. And temporary hit points, advantage on initiative, extra luck dice, something like that is really cool. Quartermaster, get some re-rolls. Great meal, re-roll, fail rolls. Yes. If nobody selects a job, the party could take 10 on it, suffering no boon or bane if the GM rolls lower than that. But you're using this as a way to sort of narrate and storytell. I love it. I think this is very cool. I mean, like, in the One Ring, it's mostly about avoiding fatigue, which accumulates as you travel. In 5e/Nimble terms, it would be like losing hit dice. Right. And a longer journey is going to make you lose more hit dice. And your goal is to try to sort of minimize how many hit dice you lose. There's really no advantage to be gained, right, from the journey itself. So this is actually nicer in that way, right, in that you can get benefits and start off with benefits. But I think that's really cool. And I really love this part about the sentry. In fact, I've even gone so far as to wonder sometimes for dungeons if random encounters could work in a similar way as well. Instead of actually playing out the fight, just having it be like, roll something, and if you roll well, you get luck points. If you roll badly, you lose some hit dice. If you roll really badly, you gain a wound, that type of thing. And
yep.
I think that is actually something that I've often thought about, just so you could focus more on your like designed set piece encounters rather than, just random monster fights.
Yep.
And again, if we have a short day, it's one roll. If it's a week, it's 2 rolls. If it's long, it's 3 rolls. This is very similar to the One Ring, where the navigator makes a check, and if they succeed, the event will occur after like so many days of travel. If they fail, it'll occur after like 1 or 2 days of travel. So if the navigator keeps failing the rolls, you might have like 6 events on your way to a long, to a distant journey. If the navigator does really well, you're still going to have events, but you might only have 2 or 3. And generally speaking, events are worse. But yeah, this is totally good. I mean, I think obviously, playing around with the navigator, the sentry, the quartermaster. In the One Ring, you have the scout, the lookout, and the hunter, and then you have the navigator, the person who's actually like leading you. So like the scout is sort of like not necessarily like setting the path, but they're sort of like, scouting ahead. But other than that, like I think generally speaking, I would say this: most parties are going to have 4 people. So it's probably right to have 4 roles. If you could think of
like someone could you could have more than one person pick a role.
Got it. Okay.
For instance.
Well, like, I'm just wondering what does 2 navigators mean? Like,
well, if both succeed,
we found a shortcut, but we got lost. Is that like?
Well, so yeah. So if you have 2 and like one fails and the other succeeds, that's a success, right? But if they both succeed, then you get 2 luck dice or whatever, 2 of the things.
I see.
Right?
Okay.
So you're with more people focusing on that, you can guarantee or have better odds of succeeding at that thing if that's important to you.
Does any element of this factor into like this rewards bigger parties? Like it punishes parties that only have 1 or 2 people?
I don't think so. So if you have if it was only boons and not banes, it might. But like if you have 20 people, half of them succeed and half of them fail, then like that sort of evens out, right?
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, overall, I think this is important. I mean, the key with this. I agree, Mr. Keiko, by the way, too, like creating like a crucible table, like a D66 crucible table to help you like sort of create environments, like, oh, what happened, describe the journey. But like the problem with these is like if people just turn this into a quick dice roll, it does get really boring, but at least it's quick. But it's fun to just turn it into a little narration type thing. And I think using this as sort of like a an Oracle engine to prompt people to create stuff is probably the right direction to go for. But yeah, I love the idea of setting up because the problem, as an aside, the problem with most traveling is all these, like, for example, in the One Ring, there's all these extensive traveling rules, sort of. You accumulate fatigue and whatever. And then the game says, don't use these rules on the way back to town because none of the consequences matter, because they're just going to get to town and rest. So it doesn't even matter, right? Like, so the key with any of these travel rules is you should only use them, and they should only apply and matter if these consequences are going to matter. Like, if you make them go through all these steps and then they get there and they long rest and they get back all their hit dice that they failed from centuries, like, what did we just do? Like, it doesn't even make sense. Right. So that is something that I think you really have to make sure that you solve for, which is like, how do you avoid the, hey, we made a bunch of rolls and a bunch of stuff. It's the 100 arrows. I track 28 of them. Okay, I'm down to 72. All right, get back to town. I fell back up to 100, right? Like, we just read all these rolls and none of them matter. And you're like, okay, well, you guys take a long rest. So all your luck dice reset. All your hit dice go back to, normal, and et cetera, et cetera. So I'm not sure, that is something I think we should be aware of. Long rest is basically the bane of games, is what I've come down.
Yeah, in Nimble, it can only happen in certain areas.
Okay, so at least there's that. But generally speaking, 8 hours long rest is the bane of games. I'm not saying that like some games have to do it, like they do, but like I understand why it's there. But let's see here. Might just be a language problem. Vin says, makes sense to only have one navigator, but multiple people can focus on navigation. Maybe the roles need to be renamed or something. I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't sweat that too much, but
sure. Yeah.
But yeah, I like these. So yeah, I don't know. I think there's something here. I like the dungeon turn. I like the idea of using the 2 dice. I like the idea of the dice scaling. I like this idea of luck as a sort of dungeon-based meta currency that isn't necessarily tied to the party. It's tied to the party in the dungeon. And I liked the idea of using that as a lever to sort of maybe reward or encourage players, and figuring out smart, clever ways for people to use it. Again, whether it's dice or, again, I don't know how that fits exactly into the Nimble framework, but I think it's a cool idea. I just think that luck to me is like getting a second bite at the apple, or like you said, the pit doesn't disappear, but instead of falling into it, you grab the edge. Right. And I think that feels very lucky to me. And also, by the way, for everybody saying that it's like luck, it's like, yeah, but like, remember, like, what is it? Fortune favors the bold, right? So it's this idea that like the universe itself is rewarding you for being bold and for being dangerous and for being pulpy and for pushing on, right? And I think that's the kind of a vibe I think that we're going for. But I think ultimately it's just important that like, I don't necessarily know that I would want to change it so that like, as we spend our luck, like Blades in the Dark has a variant rule called Gambits, which is like a party-wide resource that you can use to basically add a die to any dice pool. But Gambits, I think, are restored when the players do particularly bold and, dramatic things. So, it could be a way to sort of increase their odds of success. But it could also just be a way to sort of maybe get re-rolls or mitigate. I love the suggestion of luck is something that you can use. You can kind of cash in your luck when you find treasure. I love the idea of that. And that's a fun tension to be made. Like, do we burn all our luck for a really good treasure roll and or do we save it? Like, I think that's a really cool, a way to do it as well. So I think there's a lot of fun knobs and levers that you could do around luck as a GM, between wounds and hit dice and luck. Like, I feel like you could kind of mess with all that mana and all that other stuff. Boyko says, why do resources need to replenish on rest / per day? It's a very complicated answer, Boyko, but the long and the short of it is Dragonlance in 1987. That's why. But at some point, role-playing games went from being about going into dungeons and doing everything that we're talking about, and it went into like trying to emulate like novels and stories. And once you start emulating novels and stories, the players basically are, suddenly have dramatic needs thrust upon them, which means that they need to, they have to be able to beat the boss. And so if the players get their ass beat, but they're expected to go fight the final boss to save the day, but they have 1 hit point and they only get back 1 hit point per day, and it's going to take them 3 months to recover all their hit points, by which time the prince is dead, the necromancer has raised his undead army, he's raised the ground, the thing to Kingdom Come. When people started being like, no, I don't want that to happen, I want it to be like the movies, or like the novels or the books, they had to start changing the rules. And that's what started happening in 3rd edition D&D. It followed into 4th edition D&D, 5th edition D&D, yada, 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 yada. So, that is true. Vancian spell slots did exist before Dragonlance, but also realize that Wizards got a lot less spell slots. I mean, level 1 clerics didn't even get spells. So in basic D&D, so like spell slots were much more rare and much more precious. Also, Wizards and clerics paid the price because they sucked. Right? No, listen, Boyko, you are 100% correct. Given a choice to do so, you would always leave the dungeon and heal up to full and blah, 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 blah. The way original D&D got around this is by using overland random encounters that were punishingly cruel and brutal, and by using like tax ties and all these other like really cruel, horrible rules. Basically, in original D&D, the dungeon was almost the safe place and the overworld was the dangerous place. And so like getting to the dungeon was very dangerous. And so you wanted to minimize how many times you went back and forth between the town and the dungeon. It's like once you got to the dungeon, you wanted to stay in the dungeon. Right. Diablo
punish cowardice.
Yes. Diablo solved this issue just by just having the scroll of town portal and completely shitting on it. Correct. Garbaroth says, will these be marked as optional rules, not so integrated into other systems that we can skip them or replace them with our own methods? I assume that they will be.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, one way is can luck be used for combat? Maybe luck can only be used for, exploration or secret doors. I don't know. I like the idea of this adventuring luck. I don't know if it should be dice. I don't know if it should be tied to the dungeoneering dice, or if it should be a currency, but I do like it. I think it's a cool idea. And it's a fun way to say, hey, you guys are doing the thing that the dungeon is doing. And, and I'm going to reward you with this lucky mechanic. And again, I think it feels very appropriate to the vibe of Nimble as well.
Mm-hmm.
D&D created the problem with its design, and instead of removing the problem, created another one with overland random encounters. Yeah, that is true. I mean, they also that is true. They made it worse. You do have resources which replenish per session. The problem is that when you have resources that replenish per session, technically what that encourages the players to do is accomplish the least amount of stuff possible. So, the parties
players will find a way to optimize the fun out of it.
Players will always find a way to optimize the fun out of everything. That is correct. So, yeah, I don't know. I think this is pretty cool. I mean, I think there's some things that need to be tweaked, but ultimately, I think this is a pretty cool idea. I like the idea of, again, sort of integrating, using the players. Think of it like Nimble, right? Where like what do you get? Three actions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like and like how you use those actions as part of the currency. It's like kind of think of that as your 10-minute turn in the same way. It's like, hey, you're in this room. What you describe is important. What you choose to do is important. But how you engage with that, I think it should be part of your strategy. It should be part of your tactic. I like the idea of the 2 dice. I like the idea of them changing per, as the environment changes or what the party is doing is changing. The only thing I would say here is really decide, is a monster encounter automatically a combat encounter? And I think that's something that I think is important to decide as well.
Yeah.
In fact, Self-Confess says, what does Evan think about non-combat encounters?
Yeah, I mean, I think they could be some of the most fun ones that you can have, especially if it's changing up from like combat. You want that variety, but those can be difficult to adjudicate on the fly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can do combat counters back to back, without really any prep. But the non-combat encounters, for them to be interesting and unique and fun, it takes some writing or some thought, or at least some random
no,
tables and some
yeah,
creativity.
yeah, but God forbid we ask our GMs to be creative and have to, come up with
Yes,
something.
yes.
I agree. Random tables can help. I've always said, by the way, that the only thing missing from the original D&D random encounter table is a motivation. I think if you have, so like, for example, if I roll a monster and I get, hesitant, cautious and hesitant, that's its reaction. And then I read its motivation. Between those two things, along with the monster itself, I should be able to come up with something. So if I know what it wants and how it's acting, that'll tell me everything I need to know. Yes, I'm gonna have to put some thought into it. Yes, I'm gonna have to pull some stuff out of my ass. But also, I think that's the fun part of GMing. I don't know, like, what is fun for other is it? You know what? Actually, I take that back, because some people, I'm like, what do you guys like? Just being the monster and getting your ass kicked every single time? And a lot of people go, yeah, I love that. I'm like, wow, step on me, daddy. I guess I don't. That's a very weird mentality, but I like playing the GM because I like having to be creative and come up with stuff and work on stuff on the fly.
Mm-hmm.
But Vin with a $5 super chat, thank you, Vin, says, for my system I was thinking of having non-combat encounter table for different environments, optimally a card deck, but yeah, well, yeah, I mean, technically if we use the old school approach, any encounter could be a non-combat encounter. I think the real question is it just creature encounters, or is it, whatever? Because like another fun thing that you could do with the dice is like set it up. So like when you trigger an encounter, maybe it's more of like a warning that a creature is coming or is nearby, or it even sets like a clock. Right? Like it's like in 3 dungeon turns or 2 dungeon turns, this monster will arrive. Right. And so it gives the players a little bit more counterplay to it. Or like they see the sign of the trolls before they encounter the trolls, or something like that.
Yeah. Do you run away? Do you hide? Do you prepare an ambush?
Right. And I think that could be a lot more fun, right? The classic random encounter is just the monster's there, and now you have to fight it, or now you have to deal with it. Whereas I think it could be a lot more interesting to be like, you see a sign of the monster, especially early on, because again, this gets into, and we will cover this in depth, but like one of the big things about the way I handle dungeons is, for me, it's all about the players discovering the mechanics of my dungeon. And one of the mechanics of my dungeon is always the random encounter table. And I like for the players to be able to learn what's on the random encounter table before they encounter the thing that is on the random encounter table. So like before they encounter the trolls that are on my random encounter table, they might have an encounter with something that gives them the indication that there are trolls in this area, whether it's like creatures that have been torn apart, or troll dung, or like, the sign of, or some foreshadowing. Right. And sort of build into that, rather than just saying like, so when you get a troll encounter doesn't actually have to necessarily be trolls. It could be the signs of trolls. It could be the presence of trolls, which I think is really cool as well. The problem with what you're talking about, Vin, is it turns the time pressure and it sort of takes away from the danger element, right? That the longer we spend in this area, the more dangerous things get. When you start having things that aren't necessarily dangerous, you're just using it more to build the world and the people of the area. It does take away a little bit from that idea of the dungeon as a pressure cooker, and that we are using time as an enemy. That the longer you stay in this dangerous place, the greater the chances that you'll have a dangerous thing. Yes, Land of Eam has a really great solution for that, Edward, which is the first part of the first round. The combat goes in phases. Phase 1 is parlay. Phase 2 is do you run away, and then phase 3 is fight. So like, and then that repeats every round. So after a round of so after you have a round of fighting, technically the first thing you do is talk again. Now, to be fair, if you're attacking them, they're probably not going to listen to your peaceful overtures. But if you kick their ass in the combat phase, during the parlay phase, you might say, throw down your arms and, give up. And they might go, okay, you got us. So it just keeps rinsing and repeating that, which I think is really cool. Let's see here. Well, so Garbaroth, now that is interesting. So Garbaroth says, Dottie, Mystic Arts GM, says something similar. A wolf encounter being whatever you want with some sort of wolves. It's just for inspiration. You don't have to bay it. Yes, but also no. See, one of the things I like about being a GM is not being in control. One of the reasons I like random encounter tables and why I like things like reaction rolls and motivation rolls is because I like being bound by the results of the dice as well, because I like that it puts me into a fun spot. I like being forced as a GM to have to be creative and clever and maybe come up with something that isn't just the most easiest thing or the most convenient thing for what's happening in the session. It could be a very strong temptation. I understand that. But I like to think that sometimes it's not just inspiration. Sometimes I like to think that it is actually sort of mandatory. And I think that the GM having a set of rules that they are about. Vin, by the way, who is, by the way, one of my oldest patrons, has been with me since the beginning, says, I feel like most GMs are the literal opposite or not experienced enough to get Derek's position. So please do not design Evan for Derek. Fair enough. But I'm just saying, like, I think it's cool. I mean,
it is cool to have tools that can teach you how to develop those muscles.
Correct.
I'll say that.
And I just think, if you treat it as inspiration, I think as a GM, you are always going to use the easiest route for you. You're just going to do the thing that you always do. Like, for example, I never went to art school because I'm terrible at art. But one of the things that I've been told is that, someone might be like, I love drawing anime. And then they go to art school, and the first thing they're told is like, okay, we're going to do impressionist oil paintings. And they go, why the fuck am I doing impressionist oil paintings? I'm not good at that. I like drawing anime. That's what I do. And they're like, well, because in order to grow as an artist, you need to do different things and draw in different mediums. And you need to be, you need to experience the whole thing that it has to, that the art world has to offer. So I think it's the same thing with GMs, Yeah, I agree. So I think restrictions breed creativity. Being bound by the rules of a random encounter can lead to some really fun and bizarre scenarios. And yeah, like, for example, I've said this before, like one of my absolute favorite encounters ever from B2, Keep on the Borderlands, was the ogre, the very famous ogre that's in here. It's kind of like, it's like one of the major bosses of the dungeon. And I rolled a 12, and the ogre was like friendly and came up to the party and is like, guys, we got to team up. This evil cultist, am I right? They're terrible. They're bad for the local economy. They're making us all look bad. We got to do something about it. And the group had this, and the group had this incredible thing. Now, I could see that if that was just a suggestion, that a lot of GMs might go, oh, that's too difficult. How am I going to do this? Is it going to break? It's probably going to fuck up all my combat math. Now I got to have this ogre NPC. It's going to be a pain in the butt. They're going to probably, is the ogre going to tank everything? Does this throw off all the combat math? I don't know what to do. Why would the ogre be friendly? I can't even think of a reason. You know what? It attacks you, right? Just fight the ogre, please.
Roll initiative, everybody.
Roll initiative. The ogre goes, yeah, what you do here? You die. And then we roll initiative and we have a fight. And you know what? No one ever will remember that. Instead, that ogre encounter was for the people who had it, like this legend. I'm talking about it 10, 20 years later, and it's this legendary encounter. So, I think, and Void Dude says, as someone who does prompt-based writing competitions, I wholeheartedly agree, right? It's not sit down and write whatever you want. It's, hey, you need to write a story about a mother and a daughter having an important life-changing conversation. And you're like, damn, okay. I got
There's something cool about that.
There is something cool about that. Yes, it is a scale like anything. I am an extremist. I understand that. But yeah. But yes, I mean, ultimately, I would hope that a system like this would support and guide GMs. Because ultimately with Nimble, right, we want people to have a system that is nimble and not too clunky and, creates more work than it's worth. But yeah, I mean, that's for Evan to decide, I suppose. But yeah, I love the idea of I don't know, maybe it's just me, but like Nimble does feel a little, in its core sense, being a little bit pulpy. You know, the style, the art, the powers, the abilities. Right? The characters feel a little bit, you know, swashbuckling, you know, cavalier, devil may care, you know, come what may kind of characters. So I do like this idea that you have of the luck. How you integrate that or how you use that, I think is up to you, but I do think it's pretty good. So yeah,
Cool. Thank you so much for your feedback. I'm gonna cook on it some more, and we'll.
I mean, we spent 3 hours on 2 pages, but you know. I mean, overall, I think the gist of this is here. I think that the key thing is solving for that problem, right? Like, how do you reward and encourage players to keep going deeper? You know, how do you know? I don't play the game, even though people said I want to play the game, but it's like, you know, that Slay the Spire game that people have been playing, right? Like, it's like, you know, do I rest or do I try to get another cool card, right? Like, you know, my resources are kind of thin, but I think I can make it. I think I can, you know, I can push my luck a little bit further, you know, and that's very empowering when you're the one making that choice, you know, and that's the only reason why I say avoiding too many sticks or a blunt stick, like you're trapped in the dungeon and you can't leave, because you've taken that choice away. It works. But and now the dungeon feels like a tomb, right? The dungeon should feel like an opportunity, right? The dungeon should feel like, wow, everything we've ever wanted is there if we are just bold enough and skilled enough and maybe lucky enough, you know, to get it. Vin with $5 says, we can make it through a single roll. One die decides whether the encounter happens, and another decides their disposition reaction. We talked about that earlier with the 2 different dice, one being the determinant and the other one being maybe like the reaction roll. Because I do love the idea of using the dice. Maybe the different dice change depending. They're tied to different things. Like I suggested, maybe the one dice is tied to how dangerous the area is, and another die is tied to like how careful the party is being. So like, right, if the party's being really careful and you're in a really not dangerous area, then the chance of an encounter should be pretty low, right? But if the party's in a really dangerous area and they're being really loud, obnoxious, they've done a lot of stuff that's drawn a lot of attention to themselves, then the chance for an encounter goes up astronomically, right?
Yeah, you're rolling d4s with disadvantage, maybe.
Right, exactly. Right, something absolutely crazy, right? How does disadvantage work in your system?
So if you have disadvantage, you just roll 1 extra die and you just remove the higher one.
But we count the left die? How does that? I know there was like a separate like diagram that explained this in your book. I just don't remember exactly how it works.
So like if you roll that, if you roll a 2 and a 3, you just remove the higher one, and then that's the new leftmost die.
Got it. So if my leftmost die is a 1 and I have advantage, I'm fucked?
No, you remove the 1.
Oh.
And then whatever is next. So if you have if you have a 1 and a 6, we have 2 6. If you have 1 and a 6, and like you have advantage, then you remove the 1. You have a 6.
What happens if I roll the dice and there's not one that's clearly to the left?
Well, then usually you top left or whatever.
Okay.
Like usually it's pretty easy. Usually it's pretty easy. Let whoever rolled it decides.
But yes. So rolling a 1 still has you consult the other die to set the disposition. Yeah, that's basically the idea of that as well. Nate, I think that's a great idea. I think having a list of achievements that the party knows about, you know, for mini milestones, right? Yeah, I think that's totally great.
Yeah, I love giving them the information. Like, hey, if you do this, you know, this is what happens.
Yeah.
Then they can make a choice.
Edward, how you feeling, Evan? Was this a worthwhile exercise?
Oh yeah. Yes.
The difference, you see, this is the difference between, though, Evan and I. Evan goes on a stream for 3 hours with his crew, and like they write like 6 pages of rules. They get like 20 monsters designed. They design like 80% of a new class. I just wax philosophical about like the nuances of dungeon-based design for like 5 hours, and then nothing gets accomplished. So see, this is my burden and my curse, you know. Always a bridesmaid, never a bride. That's the thing. Akusa Carrot, I think having personal goals is pretty cool. Like having your own personal things. Like if I do this, we get luck. Like that's kind of a cool idea. That's kind of a neat idea.
Are you familiar with the Siege of Gardmore Abbey, the adventure? think it's
The
like a third
Siege
or
of
fourth
Gardmore
adventure.
Abbey. Is that a 4th edition adventure?
It's an adventure for it was in Dungeon Magazine. I think it was fourth adventure or fourth edition,
It sounds
something like
4th
that.
edition-y.
But it was I think it was a one shot in Dungeon Magazine
Do you mean the
where
Siege of Gardmore Abbey? Okay, so I was confused because there was a 4th edition adventure called Madness at Gardmore Abbey. That I
I
own
think
and
this was a
know.
sequel.
This
This is a
is
sequel
a
to it, I think.
prequel adventure
Oh, prequel.
published in Event Dungeon number 210, detailing the historic
Yeah.
fall of the Abbey 150 years before the madness. Yes, okay.
Yeah, so Teo Sabadia wrote about it, and I was like, oh, this sounds really cool. But it's a one shot where there's a list of like maybe 8 different characters you can choose from, and each one of those has his own secret goal. Like there's like a half orc, and he's one of the heroes, but like the guy comes through and like you can ally yourself with the bad guy, like the orcs who are coming attacking you or something like that. So like everybody has like their own pre-built relationships with the others and like their own secret goals that if you accomplish this goal, even if it's maybe not exactly what the party wants, like then you get something, you level up or you like
Yeah.
something.
I mean,
like,
you do have
it's
to
a
be a
really
little
cool idea.
careful. It's a very cool idea, but obviously, intra-party conflict can be very,
Yes.
dicey.
Yes.
Like, for example, like you might have a character who's, maybe their motivation is like glory, and they're like, you get luck by fighting, whenever you fight a, hard or deadly encounter. Right?
Yeah.
Like your character's like, I came into this dungeon to fight the biggest and the baddest.
Yeah. They go
and that
around yelling and picket fights.
Yeah, right. And then they're going like, all right, you guys, I bang my sword against my shield and I go, face me, spawn of evil. Now, on one hand, that's awesome. On the other hand, I could see people getting, kind of annoyed, But
the rogue who has the goal of like get through this dungeon without combat, like
right. Yeah, get in. Like you gain luck every time an encounter happens, and you didn't lose a wound. Every time you can skate, or get in and get out. Like if you can gain more treasure than wounds, or something like that. But yeah, like it could be very frustrating. On the other hand,
incentives do have to be aligned somewhat, at least.
Somewhat. But on the other hand, I would say I can promise you that here's the problem. Here's the fundamental problem with this. I promise you that system will create a much better gaming experience than you would traditionally get. However, I also acknowledge that like 75% of groups can't handle it, right? So it's kind of like this like unfortunate consequence, which is like, that you want to be able to do it, but most groups just wouldn't be able to handle it. It's just too much.
Yeah, like in 5e, the Warlock and I think Monk have like incentives to like short rest constantly. At least it was in the previous version. And everybody else just wants to keep going. And there's this tension and conflict in like, this guy wants to keep slowing us down. It's
interesting that you say that because that was like one of the fundamental things that they changed in 4th edition is they put every character on the same exact resource platform.
Yeah.
Right. Every character had dailies. They had the same number of daily powers. Every character had encounter powers, the same number of encounter powers. So after an encounter, everybody got their encounter powers back. Like nobody was different. And it's funny because they did that specifically so that nobody would be in that weird mixed alignment, right? Where the fighters are like, I want to keep going. I don't have spell slots. And the wizards are like, I have spell slots. I want to go rest. And short resting, they added that in 5th edition. But people then complained about 4th edition. They're like, oh, the characters feel the same. So it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't.
There's a balance. I think there's a balance, but it is very annoying for certain people in the party to want this and everybody else wants that.
Yeah. Nate says we've been talking about luck decaying outside the dungeon. To be clear, I talked about luck decaying outside of the dungeon. Evan didn't necessarily. If I'm making my personal goals, I think it would feel bad to lose that if the wizard just needed to go rest. Yeah, but also like, then don't blow your load, wizard. I mean, part of the wizards are in a really fucked up place in most games because it's like they're designed around this idea that they have a limited number of resources, but then 99% of the time they never run out of that resource. So it's kind of like the arrows situation, right? Like,
so in Nimble, like you have a pool of mana,
right?
And like you have cantrips you can cast for free, but like if you use it all, like the next time you roll initiative, like you get a small amount of that back. So you're never without it completely, but like if you use it wisely, you have more of it to play with. And if you hoard it, then like it's wasted because you get some back anyway. So it sort of incentivizes you to not hoard it, but also not go completely Nova.
Yeah, and maybe there's even like a diminishing return. I don't know. Maybe you can spend luck to get back some mana or something like that. I don't know. There's always an option. Like what you want to create is you want to create a cycle where good play allows the players to go deeper, get better loot, get better treasure, get better experience, right? Get better rewards, and feel like the good decisions that they're making in combat, out of combat, right? That they are managing their resources well, that they're playing smart, that they're accomplishing their goals. That's when a dungeon sings, into me personally, is because, again, this is a big change that, now granted, you're talking to me, take it or leave it. I'm just one guy. Most people, and I say most people, I mean average people who just make dungeons for their own home games, but also designers. Most people design dungeons based on vibes. What they're trying to do is just create some place that's cool, man. Oh, you're in the heart of a dying. There's always in the heart of a dead giant, or it's always some. They try to make it as weird and as crazy and cool as they. It's always like, oh, it's a skull of a giant god, giant dead god. It's always something about a dead god. And really, they're just trying to create like set piece encounters, right? And they're trying to create this cool, moody vibe. I don't. I view the dungeon as a play space. I view it as a almost like a video game designer, like a level designer, right? Where I'm thinking about how does the flow through this space create decision points that are fun and interesting to engage with. And yes, like the aesthetics matter and we should create cool vibes, but I think a lot of people make really shitty dungeons and then they make really cool vibes and arts on top of it. But the fundamental underlying structure of the dungeon is really bad. And the worst case example of this is when you have a really cool dungeon that, if you look at it, is really just a linear hallway. It might be spruced up to not look like a linear hallway, but So again, I think that is that's where I differ, right? I come at this from a different perspective. I view the dungeon as a play space rather than as a vibes space. Yeah.
Derek, what would you think of making a dungeon for Nimble? Not
cool.
a 500 room mega dungeon, but like
that'd be cool.
Less than 500, more than 5 rooms.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, I think that would be really neat, especially as we sort of develop these Dungeoneering rules. I think it'd be neat to craft that.
Yeah, like one of the goals. I don't know if this is official stretch goal, but it's one that I want to do, whether I announced it or not. Like to have an adventure that like very well showcases the Dungeoneering rules.
There we go. Well, that is in theory what I'm good at. Although Nimble is a different vibe, but I think that'd be awesome. Yeah, for sure. I accept the call to action and get a luck point. Yeah, there we go. It's like that's how I get luck points. Yeah, I'm thinking like a 3-level dungeon. Somewhere probably like maybe like in the 25 to 30 rooms in encounter areas. Like that probably work really well. Have like a kind of a pyramid based structure. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Nice.
How many encounters does it usually take to level up, or is it purely milestone in Nimble?
So it's basically so like the lower level you are, the quicker you level up. So it's like just at a meta level, like you don't want the players to be bored with the things they have. They want new toys every so often, but also you don't want to level up so fast that like I haven't even got to use all the things I have already, and like I don't know what all these buttons do. So it's open enough. The suggestions are open enough to support different styles of play. So some people love to level up all the time. Some people want to stay at level 3 for years. So
which is crazy to me. I don't know.
I want new stuff, but not so fast that.
Yes. Edward tipped $10. Thank you, Edward. Edward said, nothing happens. Don't sell yourself short. Your viewers come away with a lot of knowledge after seeing one of your streams, Derek. Yes, my viewers and my guests benefit greatly. However, I unfortunately will never create anything because I get too lost in the sauce. Me and Alan, we're a pair of peas in a pod. That's the dungeon coach. He's like me. We like ideas. We like huge. Vin says I support this proposition. There we go. Cool. So we supported this. Let's see. So here we go. Self-confessed cynic says, as for what a dungeon is for, I lean the other direction. I use dungeons to test, challenge, and push the PCs. The rewards, etc., stem from that. Yes. Yeah, I do not do that. But then Vin is approaching his dungeon-based design from very much like, I think, like a very video game, Elden Ring, Dark Souls, like, you know, like this is a gauntlet, you know, this is an arena, right? Rather than an opportunity. And I think that is also a difference of our thing. Because that's another thing. I think it's very old school OSR related that I don't necessarily 100% vibe with. That might be a challenge for me when I create something for Shadow Dark, which is like a lot of people view their dungeons as just like, this is hell on earth. You know, this is the worst place imaginable. I'm like, why are you here again? Like, it doesn't really make much
I
sense.
think that's cool for a little bit, but like ultimately, like you want it to be a cool experience. I think your natural inclination toward like, what did you call it? Like bright hope.
Yeah, noble dark.
Noble dark. Yeah. It's like that kind of thing. I think is an underserved area to explore. And I think you should stick to your guns on that one.
Yes, I agree. I actually could. And to my pleasant surprise, while I was at GaryCon, and GaryCon is, you know, all classic old school people, we had a bunch of people coming up to our Roll for Combat booth because, you know, we were giving out like a preview of the Deathbringer rule set, and we had a lot of like Deathbringer / Shadow Dark people coming over. We had a free adventure for Shadow Dark using some of the new monsters that are coming out for the Roll for Combat Bestiary, Shadow Dark Bestiary Kickstarter. And we had a bunch of people coming over to Shadow Dark. So we were talking and, you know, we're shooting the shit. And I mentioned to them some of my ideas around Shadow Dark about, you know, like our pirate idea and something. And I talked about this idea of noble dark, you know, the idea that it's a dark world, but the heroes are still heroic. You know, they might not be like, I'm only doing this for free, but they're not cynical, grim, nihilistic, you know, gritty, dirt, scarred, missing an eye. You know, like, no, they're heroes in a dark world. And, you know, maybe bad things have happened to them, but they haven't let that sort of dim their spirit. It's very kind of inspired in many ways by like the 4th edition concept of points of light, right? The idea that the world is dark, but there's these points of light that are worth fighting for. You know, it's that line from Lord of the Rings where it's like, you know, where he's like, well, we got to hold on, Mr. Frodo. And it's like, onto what? That there's some good in this world and it's worth fighting for, you know? It's very, you know, I mean, Lord of the Rings is a very, you know, noble, dark world. Like the Shire is obviously noble, bright, you know, everything's happy and great and the people are there are wonderful and it's this wonderful thing, but it's this idyllic utopia that once you get outside of it quickly sort of falls apart. But these heroes are sort of larger in life in that respect. But yes, Vin confirms it would be 100% be a gauntlet. Yeah, so it's fine. Now, Garboroth goes for a classic old school stick, which is leaving and returning could also be punished with a higher frequency of hostile random encounters to show reinforcement and higher alert. This is a classic simulationist response. I'm not saying you're wrong or that it should even be the case. However, I generally try to avoid that because then the players go, oh, so we just shouldn't go back. Right? Like if you have to be very careful because what you're encouraging there then is because remember, the players don't. Now, if the players have to get to the altar before the ritual is completed or the world is destroyed, well, then they're going to have to go back. But if they don't, if you're letting them explore the place on their own regards, simply because they're heroic adventurers who want cool treasure and cool magical items and all the fun stuff that comes with that, you know, it does change the premise a little bit. Then you do need to be careful about this.
It should be something they want to keep doing but can't, instead of like can but don't want to.
Yeah, can but don't want to. Like the smart move would be not to play, right? You don't want to war games yourself, right? The only winning move is not to play. Like where somebody goes, I've done the math and the best option for us is to do nothing this session. It would be statistically better for us to just sit in town and debate with the innkeeper about, you know, whether or not he's paying his people fair wages rather than go do adventurous stuff, right? In other words, Mark Rosewater said you should what does he say? The correct choice should be the fun choice, right? Yes. Like the optimal choice should be the fun choice. Like don't make the players have to choose between the fun. Incentivize the fun. Don't make the fun choice shitty mechanically and make the optimal mechanical thing really lame and not fun. That's a bad recipe for badness.
And unfortunately, in game design, almost nobody's asking that question or thinking about that. It feels like, or not. No. I'll say not enough people are asking that or thinking about that.
I agree. I 100% agree, obviously. Well, I will say in TTRPG space, I think board games and card games think about this all the time. And quite frankly,
Yeah.
I think it's because board games and card games have I think TTRPGs get a free pass because people just go, well, the GM. And I
Yeah.
think that's why it's so hard to be a GM. And I think that's
I-
why people have been left in a lurch.
I think card games are like a decade ahead of board games.
Yep.
And then board
And-
games are a decade ahead of RPGs.
Yep. And I think video games are maybe even 2 decades ahead of both, you know,
Yes.
like
yes.
the stakes are so much higher, the money is so much greater, the level of oversight is just, you know, and what you need to do to punch through. But yeah, I think RPGs, you know, in many cases,
Yeah.
they're stuck in the past. And
Yeah, like video games are like an order of magnitude bigger and far further ahead.
oh yeah,
And then
100%.
card games, then board games, then TTRPGs, like in terms of market size and all of this.
Yep.
And if RPGs start thinking about some of these things, then I think they can have a much wider audience to be more fun to play and solve a
Yeah.
lot of these issues.
Yes, I 100% agree with you. The problem is, you know, RPGs are full of sacred cows and shibboleths that people use to, like, you know, say, oh, you're not a true RPG person. How dare you? You know, like, what about in chalk? What about chalk in our encounter list? You know, in our inventory list.
The good thing about not having a lot of experience with RPGs is, like, I don't know about any of this, the shibboleths or sacred cows, or if I know about them, I don't care
So,
about them.
I had a lengthy conversation. Do you know? You probably don't, but do you know? Well, I'm sure. Do you know DM's Lair, the YouTube?
Yeah.
Luke, so Luke from DM's Lair. I had a conversation with him at GaryCon, and I basically talked. We were both, you know, we're both old heads, you know, but I you know, he started playing like 20 plus years ago during 3rd edition. Like, you know, even for me, that's not even, you know, like I'm like, oh, 3rd edition, you mean like that new version of D&D? But we were talking about how, like, it can be a trap, because sometimes, like, when you've played so many, you know, games, and the reason why it was kind of funny to me, and no disparaging of Luke, is like Luke was referring to the number of D&D games he's played, you know, whereas, like, you know, I've played hundreds of different role-playing games. So, like, for me, it's like sometimes I wonder if it's actually not a disadvantage, you know, because I'm like, well, no, this is how you do things, right? This is the way things are done. And I sometimes wonder if that's sometimes to my disadvantage. So it's great when someone like you can avail yourself of my knowledge without being trapped. It's like, you know, I feel like Paul, right, from Dune, right, where I'm like, I'm stuck, like, I have all this prescience, but I feel like I'm powerless to do anything about it, because to know the future is to be condemned by it, right? Like,
But there is a path that
there
you
is a
can see.
yes, there is a golden path. So all I need to do is make role-playing games insufferable for you all for millennia, and then eventually you'll become so hated of me and role-playing games that you'll make your own role-playing games, and then you'll branch out, and then you'll never need Wizards of the Coast again. Believe me, I'm sure video game designers have their habits too. I'm not saying that they're not, but yes, they are definitely they're still ahead. I'll just say that.
There's more competition in video games than RPGs.
Yes, correct. That is true. But that is also very true. But again, I said, like, TTRPGs have this. It's almost like it's really unfair, because, like, in a board game, if the rules are bad in a board game, people just go, oh, well, the rules are bad. You know, we'll either play around it or whatever, or maybe someone will create like a rule online. But, like, in D&D and stuff like that, people go, well, the DM will just figure it out. You know, it's like, well, no, that's not fair. That's really tough. Like, you're playing with a fundamentally flawed, you know, premise. But anyways, I digress.
Because Garrett says all I need to do is turn it into a word.
Yes, correct. That's all I need to do. Right. So first step one, I need to cover my body in sand trout and live for 5,000 years by turning myself into a worm hybrid so that I can enact my golden path.
I think that the more I design things, like, the more fun it is.
Okay.
So maybe that's just like, maybe that will bear out to be true for you as well. Like, as you continue designing, like, you do gain some momentum, you gain some luck points, and you're able to push further.
Yeah. Well, again, I think you have the biggest advantage, which is that you're not burdened with the weight of how things have always been done, while still obviously knowing how games work. But you're coming at it, though. Again, I'm being very unfair. But a lot of people come into RPGs, like, with this, like, crux of being like, I want to publish my microfiction. RPGs are a way for me to get my art out there. RPGs are a way for me to get my writing out there. RPGs are a way for me to take my house rules and maybe try to make some money out of them. Like, I feel like your approach was like, you were like, hey, I started playing role-playing games. This is pretty fun, but this isn't nearly as efficient or quick as it should be. And I really want to focus on the efficiency of the process. And like taking a step back and going, what is this game as a framework trying to even do? Right. And when you look at it that way, you go, oh, it's trying to deliver experiences. And I think when you start realizing that that is the purpose of a game, not to simulate how many arrows are in your backpack, it's to deliver an experience, that gives you this ability to sort of cut through a lot of the riffraff of that can clog up a lot of design, which is why I think the audience has responded so positively to what you're doing, and why. But
if you like that's clearly something you see. It's like once you see it, you can just decide like, oh, I'll just do this.
Yes, I think there's obviously some other issues, but I think one of the big issues for me is I always go, but at what cost, right? Because did you ever? There's a great you ever watch GDC talks, Game Designer Conference? So there's this group. We talk all the time about like the complexity versus the depth curve, and there's the guy who designed Marvel Snap was talking about this, and he's talking about this linear function that, as a game's complexity increases, its depth increases. And, on one hand, you have games like Magic the Gathering, an extremely complex game, but with so much depth. But, but there's this idea of, can you get better, juice for your squeeze? Can you get a deeper game without paying the complexity cost? And that's sort of like the holy grail that everybody's chasing, right? Because it's easy to make a low complexity game, but then it tends to be pretty shallow. It tends to be there's not a lot of meat on the bones. So how do you make a game that is low complexity but high depth? And I'm
hard.
I'm obsessed with that unicorn. That's my problem. Yeah. And I'm far enough along on the Dunning-Kruger scale that I have the mistaken belief that I know enough that I can accomplish it. Right? It's there's got to be
complex of the worst parts of all the curves.
Yes, correct. The worst parts of all the curves. And also the question of like, how efficient should a game be? Like how inefficient and rough am I allowing? Would be allowed? And that kind of question, kind of consumes me. And then it's the question of like, well, what's most appropriate for this type of game, and does it need a rule for this? Yada yada. And also, lastly, I am more gamist than most role-playing gamers. So like, I like the role-playing game. I like it as a game. A lot of people have the
G matters maybe more than anything else.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Also, I hate InDesign. So there's that.
It's.
So we were having this conversation, and I'm curious about your thoughts. One of the people on our Patreon who has published a game, on itch.io. I don't think they ever did a Kickstarter, but they have a game called Tactiquest. It's really cool. It's a diceless game. It's really neat. But we were talking about like, I have this problem where I want to start at the end, right? So like I was joking about like how like even the way that something is going to look influences the way that I'm going to design it. And I gave an example of like designing a dungeon. And in my ideal world, like if I was designing a dungeon for say Shadowdark, I might have a book that looks like this, and it'd be cool to have every room be on one page, and then have maybe like bigger rooms, major rooms, be on a 2-page spread. And I'm like, well, that means I need to design the rooms in the final layout that they're going to be in, because I can't just type it into a Word doc. And
you don't.
We were talking.
I would not recommend that.
So we were discussing whether or not, like, whether you should design in your layout. And one of the people who's designed games says, I do that. They're like, I write into my layout. And I watched Kelsey design stuff on her streams before, and she designs straight in. She skips the Google Doc. She just goes straight into her template. And I don't have a preference, because I've never really done it, but I'm like, I could see the allure, but I could also see how painful and horrible that would be.
It is. It takes maybe 10 times as long, Um, but so like for me, it's easier to design it a little bit loosely, just anywhere else, and then edit it to fit it in the physical medium.
Self-confessed cynic with the $2 super chat says, "Ask, explain what Legend of the Five Rings designer clan is." Evan, did you happen to watch our 4 a.m. stream where we went way off topic and discussed Legend of the Five Rings clans? No. Okay.
No.
Do you know what Legend of the Five Rings is?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
vaguely familiar with it. Yeah.
Okay. So in Legend of the Five Rings, there are 7 clans, and they all sort of they rule over the empire, and each clan sort of has a unique perspective on Bushido and their role in the empire and what they're supposed to do. So we converted them into game designer philosophies.
Okay.
Okay. So like the most purist is the Lion Clan. And the Lion Clan basically says, I don't care how unwieldy or how terrible my game is. It will express my vision. It will get every rule that I want in it. I don't care if it has to be this 300-page, 500-page monstrosity with rules that don't make right. I don't care about elegance. I care about that I'm right. Okay, that's like
not that one.
Not that one. So we talked about it as their approach to honor and Bushido, going from the most pragmatic to the least pragmatic. So the Lion are the least pragmatic. The most pragmatic are the Scorpion, and because in Legend of the Five Rings, which is a world all about honor, the Scorpion basically said, we will sacrifice our honor if it means saving the empire. Right? They're ultimately pragmatic. They're not like, they don't justify it to themselves. They're not like, oh, it's honorable to be dishonorable. They're like, nope. We understand that in order to do what we need to do, we can't be honorable. So Scorpion is the idea of a designer who goes, I will use whatever tricks, I will use illusionism. I will lie to the players. I will deceive the players if it means that they had fun, right? Like a Scorpion might say fudging is okay, right? Because they say like, it doesn't matter, right? What matters is the outcome, right? How you get there doesn't matter.
Monsters don't have hit points. The monster dies just whenever.
The monster dies when it was the most dramatic, right? That's the Scorpion, right?
Not that. Yeah, not that.
Okay, so those are our 2 extremes. Okay, so then we start coming in a little bit. So the Crane Clan, which is what I am, the Crane Clan believes that like elegance and aesthetic beauty should be combined with effectiveness and efficiency. So a Scorpion or a Crane katana will not only be the best katana, it will also be the best looking katana. So a Crane design is all about creating this basically low complexity, high depth, right? It's this unbelievable, like you're getting so much juice for your squeeze. It's this incredible, complex system that like just beautifully hums and works together.
Like subtly elegant.
But even if it means like racking your brain over it and like obsessing over it and creating it so that it's just perfect, right?
Yeah. So on the design side, yes, like rack your brain on the design side so that the people who play it don't have to. Okay,
so a part of the Crane's design aesthetic is I expect the players to meet me halfway, right? Which is to say that I want the players are going to have to do some work, right? Because I am creating a game system that is complex and involved, and it's not just push and play. It's not just plug and play. So you're thinking about the end user experience, which might put you more. So Unicorn Clan in Legend of the Five Rings, they're the open. They want everybody to join. They're not xenophobic. They like, hey, everybody come join. We're friendly. We're adaptable. We're flexible. Unicorn Clan is the 5e. We want everybody to play. We want to make it easy. We want to make it good. We want the rules to be friendly and welcoming and get you playing at the table.
I don't think 5e is that at all. I think 5e is the opposite of that.
You think 5e is the opposite of that?
It is not easy to learn. It's not easy to play. It's not easy to make a character. Okay, I don't think so.
All right, we got to go to a poll here because this is shocking. I got to.
Do you think 5e is easy to learn?
Yes, but I also played D&D for 40 years, so I mean, that's not really a valid question. Okay, is 5e easy to learn?
I think we spent like a solid 4 hours making characters with my DM like the first time I played.
All right, I have I gotta get my poll up. I gotta find my poll. Here we go. Poll is up. Is 5e easy to learn? Hell yes, sure, maybe. No, absolutely not. A Looking for Mom says, I agree with Evan. Self-confessing says, perfect. Evan is even more unicorn than 5e. Right? Because the idea of the unicorn is basically unicorn says, what's the point of a game system if people don't know how to play it or use it? Right? Like, I'm fine with my games. Like Luke Crane, who is a designer of Burning Wheel, basically will tell you, oh, you're playing my game wrong. Or like he'll say in his book, don't house rule my game. You're gonna fuck it up. Like it is an elegant, well-oiled machine, and if you're changing it, it's because you don't understand it. And trust me, I know I spent a lot more time on this than you did. You know, that's basically his kind of aesthetic. So that's
so
the
like
Derek aesthetic.
I'm half of that, I think. Like,
okay,
if you're changing something, like it might be because you don't understand it, but so what? If you have more fun doing it that way, like go ahead.
Okay.
So like, I think the way I designed it is better than whatever you change it to, because otherwise I would have designed it that way. But like if you prefer it that way, like that's fine.
So there is an element, and I think we can all agree with this, that unicorn design is usually kind of like, you know, fuck it, we ball. Like the unicorn isn't really too concerned with creating an elegant design, because their thought process is, you know, it's very much the Bob, you know, like let's fucking go, just get the game on the table, get the game times rolling. So it sounds like Evan might be a Crane unicorn. Is this what I'm hearing?
Yeah. So like one of my favorite lines from Mouse Ritter was like, this game, I think it says something like this in one of the first pages. This game is resilient to tinkering, like tinker away. Yeah, I think that's cool. I think that's cool to encourage that.
All right, so I will posit another clan. So there is a Crab Clan. Now the Crab Clan, they are the ones who define who defend the wall, and it's basically the wall that defends the empire against the demons. The Crab Clan design aesthetic is like, I want to create the most robust game possible. That like you can't really break it. You can't screw it up. You can't cheat it. You can't, you know, create some broken infinite loop combo. It's very resilient. It'll take anything you throw at it. The players can't fuck it up. The GM can't fuck it up, right? I'm trying to create something that just like is like a Mack truck. It just keeps on going. So maybe there's an element of that in there too.
Maybe. So like my thought is, like, yeah. I want to deal with all of the math and all of the prep. So like if I take like Curse of Strahd, and my buds say like, hey, we're coming over in an hour, let's play Curse of Strahd. Like an hour is not enough time for me to prep Curse of Strahd. But if that adventure was written differently, like same story beat, same like arc and all that, but if it was written or organized differently, if they put more thought into the book and the layout and editing and all this, they could have made it possible to run that in an hour or 30 minutes or 10 minutes, right? So if they put more time into that, then all of the thousands of DMs who have ran Curse of Strahd wouldn't have had to spend the thousands of hours prepping and tinkering and fixing and editing.
I thought I had that adventure. I'm curious, what does it mean to prep Curse of Strahd?
So at least for me, when I was prepping, like I've not ran Curse of Strahd, but like other 5e published adventures, there will be this much text, and like this much of the text is the information that I need to actually run it.
I see.
And then like the monsters are like in these other books, so I need to get those, write them down on a post-it note or something, and have everything together so I can, you know, do all the things that I need to do. Like they will say something that takes 4 words in 50 words, so I'll go through with a highlighter and I'll highlight the words that I need. Yeah,
I got it. Okay, interesting. Very interesting. Vin with the super chat says Evan is in order: unicorn, then crane, and then he posits dragon. So we'll describe the dragon. So the dragon clan is a mysterious clan of monk aesthetics that lives high up in the mountains, and they basically embrace the void, and they kind of seek communion and oneness. The dragon aesthetic is that less is more, right? That like it's better to have fewer rules than more rules. The dragon aesthetic is kind of very OSR in that way, where it's like rulings over rules. I don't need a rule for how fire works. We know how fire works. So that's the dragon aesthetic. It's usually I said it like it's actually a thing. We just totally made it up at like 3 a.m. while we were all like sleep deprived. Yes, tactical, fruitful void, Kusa Carrot. Tactical infinity is another buzzword that they like to throw out here.
Yeah.
Yes,
I think less that.
Okay, less that. Okay, so you're saying less that. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I don't think you're like anti-rules. I think you like your game. I think you like your G, Yeah. You like your game to be a game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, rules. Yeah, so it's a G, but like the TT, the tabletop, it has to be something that is easy and quick to resolve at the table with our meat computers, and not something that we need spreadsheets and apps, and like it's a tabletop game, right?
Right.
So it would be really hard to play.
No, you're absolutely right. I think a lot of I accuse Pathfinder Second Edition of this all the time, which is like what I think it takes advantage of the fact that so many people play it on a VTT, and I'm like, have you guys actually tried to play this game in person? A Draw Steel is the same way, right? Where it's like, is anybody actually doing this?
It's a
My
VTT RPG.
Yeah, it's a VTT
not
RPG.
A TTRPG.
They're actually Foundry is making a VTT RPG. I think it's called like Ember Wind or something, and it's literally a yeah. Edward with a $5 tip says, new poll, is it okay to highlight your TTRPG book? All right, hold on a sec. Do you highlight your
Yes. The answer to that one is yes.
Yes, no, and never. That's the other option. So speaking of craziness, one of the things that I want, he says it's an old Nimble stream joke. One of the things that I actually want to do if I ever make a game, like a dungeon or whatever, is I actually want to lay it out potentially twice, and make one that's designed for hardback, and like you put it on your bookshelf and it's nice and it's got all the lore. And then another version is designed to either be like POD and like spiral bound, or like comb printable. And it's just designed for you to like rip up, take notes, scribble, mix and match, 3-ring binder it, and just make it really, really, usable about that. Apparently nobody wants to highlight in their book. Jessari says, I feel like Ember, that's the game I was talking about, is never going to happen because it has 26,000 hexes and is supposed to have events for almost all of them and automation. That is true. But I did see it at one of the cons I went to, and it looked kind of cool.
Derek, I think you could make a really cool Nimble 3-level dungeon with like 5,000 words, 6,000 words.
Wow. That's pretty cool. I mean, to be fair, I'm not a man of many words, so I'm not known for taking a long time with anything.
Yeah.
But the Single Bean says, can't leave me hanging with the Phoenix. So the last clan, which we did not talk about, is the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan is definitely not what you are. So the Phoenix clan is a game design where you are using the game to indulge your love of something else. So like somebody might be like, I really love Roman history, so I'm going to make a role-playing game where you're like set in ancient Rome, and I'm going to like pull out all of the stuff that I love about ancient Rome, and I'm going to make mechanics for it, and I'm going to like, gamify a mechanic. But really what I'm kind of doing is tricking you into learning about ancient Rome by playing my game. In some ways, Legend of the Five Rings is a Phoenix for itself, right? Because Legend of the Five Rings is like, I love Asian samurai culture, and what would be, it would be cool if like, I made a game that basically invoked that,
Yeah. Crane sounds like the closest I would self-identify as, but not entirely.
Yeah. You'd think that Phoenix is here's my microfiction, but honestly, microfiction exists outside of that, Simon, because it's Phoenix is about making the mechanics support your microfiction. So it's about the design. Mark says, Derek, do a completed dungeon. Is that even possible? That's like the one thing I can do, Mark. That's like the one thing I do have a history of doing. Well, very cool. By the way, do you ever highlight your TTRPG? People overwhelmingly say never. Ooh, Ember Early Access released today, apparently. This is cool. Chris says, F. Chris says, you guys need to do this again. This is full of great ideas. Well, we did complete our tip goal, so I will bother Evan at some point in the future. Now I got to bring him on, and I got to have him help me. I'll be like, Evan, how do you like not suck, and how do you like take your ideas and write them down and be okay with them, and then actually lay them out and make them look cool? And
We
then
could do
publish
a
them?
live design stream.
Right, exactly. Some point. So there you go. See, Evan can help me. Evan, where are you? So this summer you're not going to Gen Con.
No,
Which is good
next
design.
con that I'm planning on is PAX U in
Good.
December.
Well, I just got notification from Mr. Steven Glicker that he got our hotel rooms. So I'm definitely going to
Nice.
PAX U. So that'll be really cool.
Cool.
But if in a few months you are free and you feel like driving or flying, where are you at? You're East Coast?
Florida, yeah.
Oh, you're Florida. Okay. Well, never
You
mind.
can't drive to anywhere from Florida.
Never mind. Well, I was gonna say because in June we're doing Origins, which is in Columbus, Ohio. But the Knights have we've bought our own private room.
Oh yeah, I heard about the nightclub.
Yeah, the nightclub. So normally, by the way, companies do this so that they can like demo their games. They can have their own private space to like for example, Shadow Dark does this. Shadow Dark, Arcane Library rents out a room just so that they can run games that people pay, and then they run their games in their own room. Or like, you know, if you want to have extra space, because otherwise you're just limited to what your booth in the convention hall, which is only 10 by 10, and it closes early. Instead, our channel, are just buying a room just for us so that we have our own private space, and we have our own private VIP lounge for my page, because we get like 30 people that come. So anyways,
Cool.
If you're really bored and you have nothing to do and you feel like you want to come game with us, there you go.
All right,
But,
I might just.
but PAX Unplugged is a lot of fun. But PAX Unplugged is only 3 days, so that's the only problem. So you got to come in early.
Yeah.
But Philly's a cool town, and and it's a pretty cool convention center. So, and it's all tabletop, which is really, really cool. So
yeah.
All righty. All right, folks. Well,
Thank you so much, Derek.
yeah, absolutely. So again, thank you, Evan. And again, there's a link in the doobly-doo below. If you want to see these rules, you could still late pledge to get onto Nimble. You could pick a pledge level to either get the core. Do you already own the core game? Well, if you don't own the core game, you can go ahead and pick it up since Evan's doing a full reprint, along with the let's see, we have the Game Master expansion. You have the new bestiary. We're up to like 12 new class. I don't know how many new classes are. This seems like there's a ton.
Yeah, just 4 new classes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, it seems like there's a lot more than that. By the way, just the random art on even just one of your new classes is like better than all the art in Draw Steel. It's so crazy. I like MCDM art. They've got good artists. No, I do not. I take your artists any day. I like Nimble's art. And I like, there's other art I like, obviously, but I love the art from Free League. Like I love like really esoteric, muted, like watercolors or like black and white pencil sketching, or however you would describe your graphical style. It's like how like a very graphic, bold. I don't know how to describe it, but it's very, I don't know. All your art pieces are so good. The ones that you both commissioned and licensed, they're all very good. Symbaroum has great art. I love the art from the One Ring. I mean, if I had to pick one book for any game I ever made to look like, it would look like the One Ring. But all right, that's going to do it for me. This was a cool way to come back. Thank you so much, everybody, for supporting me. Thank you, Evan, for coming on. Again, we'll keep kicking around ideas. I do try to stop into Evan's streams every once in a while, drop him some super chats. Again, if you really want to see a clinic on making a game, I highly suggest you check out Evan's streams. Not just from like the design perspective, but just the graphical layout element. Like I'm learning so much. At this point, I'm watching as much for the InDesign tutorial as I am for the game design tutorial, which is fantastic. But thank you, everybody. Thank you to Edward. Thank you to Self-Confessed Cynic, Trevor, Anonymous a bunch of times, Cal, Scotty F, Junderlin, Dirty Phil, Agile Monk, Pathfinder PhD. for the Prime pledge for that. Casey Roberts, Ramassi, Alternate GM, G Helmet, Roman, all supporting the stream today. So really appreciate that. Remember, if you do want to support this stream and this channel, and you have our Amazon Prime, you can do that over on our Twitch channel. You can drop an Amazon Prime stream for free. KC Roberts, before we leave, asks, any streams this week, Evan? Also, happy Easter weekend, everybody. Or is it family time?
Yeah, I might stream tomorrow during the day. We'll see.
Right. I can't believe it's Easter already. Holy crap. It's like crazy how fast this year is going. If you want to know how to cut words out of your TTRPG, watch an Evan stream. I know, it's just you're brutal. You're just like, no, we can say this.
Gotta save the ink. Gotta save the lines.
It's so crazy. Edward says, thanks, Evan. Glad to have you back. And then Edward says, thanks, Derek. Glad to have you back. It's good to be back. I'm going to be around for the next couple of months, so we'll do this again. And again, I look forward to continuing to talk with you. And again, I'll talk with Evan, I'm sure, offline. And yeah, I'd love to do something for Nimble. I think it's a great game system. There's a reason it won one of our Golden Knights. It went the distance. I think it made the Final Four of our March Madness 2026 tournament. So yeah, I mean, it's a really neat game. And like I said, I meant what I said that he quoted me on. I don't know why you would play 5th edition D&D when this game exists. Is there a reason that you should play the One Ring or Burning Wheel? Or yes, those, this Nimble doesn't replace every game in existence. But why would you play 5e when you play Nimble? That I don't know. So I did mean that. So thank you, everybody. And we'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Good night, everybody.